Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good Friday morning to you. It is October 21st. We are at the end of the week here. I'm Taylor Stewart. Now let's make sure we jump right in and get the forecast. I know it's going to be a decent weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast. It was chilly, though, coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Still frosty that we're having to deal with here. Those conditions, at least this morning, Taylor. And that's what we're looking at outside right now. Those numbers are still on the cold side of things. You can see our live look right now over the Inner Harbor and over downtown. Again, the frost advisories that we still have to deal with here. Numbers mainly in the 30s at this hour. 38 in Owings Mills, 39 in Baltimore City, and 41 Brooklyn Park and Dundalk. Now, notice that frost advisory goes through 9 o'clock. No freeze warnings anymore, but we still have the frosty conditions that will be possible for most of us here throughout the course of the morning. So we'll see sunny and warmer conditions for the afternoon, and then even warmer numbers on the way for the weekend. Out for your morning drive, numbers are going to be in the upper 30s and lower 40s here over the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
All right, now to a story you saw first on Fox. We continue to question city leaders on how the Department of Public Works handled September's E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. Through a month-long investigation, Fox 45 News has uncovered serious communication breakdowns within DPW. Mackenzie Frost walks us through her findings at the accountability desk.
Throughout this investigation, there has been a lot of information, but I want to go through and highlight some of the key points that we've laid out on this timeline showing the communication among staffers within DPW and the State Department of Environment. First, on Saturday, we know that that's when the first positive sample of E. coli came back. That's when DPW ordered retesting to be done. On Sunday, the second positive sample came back, and according to the emails that we obtained at 11:35 that morning, DPW staff started informing other members within the department that this was happening. At noon, the DPW director, Jason Mitchell, got notified, and that's when the department says the State Department of Environment had been contacted. And remember that date and time. Then we go through, the mayor is notified, and other agency members start talking about what has to happen next. At 6 o'clock, that's when emails showed that Councilman John Bullock, who represented this area impacted by this water contamination, was notified. And then at 6:30, emails indicate that there was a meeting between members within DPW and members within MDE. And according to an email dated at 8:30 that night, this conversation started by these agencies talking about the importance and the need to issue that boil water advisory for residents that night. According to this email, MDE reminded DPW that the boil water advisory needed to go out Sunday, but we know that didn't happen. That brings us to Monday, and at 7:43 in the morning, the Department of Public Works puts out a tweet and puts a notice on the app Nextdoor telling some people that their water may be contaminated, not telling them to boil their water, but instead saying that they may want to consider boiling their water coming from the faucet. Then we have a slew of activity from the early morning into the early afternoon, with DPW talking about starting the draft process of the boil water advisory, talking about issuing a press release and what needs to go into that press release. At 2 o'clock Monday afternoon, DPW has another call with the State Department of Environment talking about what's going on. At 2:42, we have an email showing that a staffer within DPW says that a press release needs to go out by 4 o'clock to avoid a violation. And that violation is where the federal law comes in, dealing with the Safe Drinking Water Act, requiring city agencies to tell people who may be impacted of contaminated water within 24 hours. And that's the violation that they were concerned about. At 4:37, DPW sends that press release with the boil water advisory out to the public, explaining what happened and who needs to boil their water. But still, Monday at 4:37, the public has yet to hear from the mayor or the director of the Public Works Department about what is really happening with their water system. So even though DPW issued that boil water advisory, we have some emails shortly after that from MDE raising concerns about what was included and says that that boil water advisory was not approved by the state before it went out. And then we have several hours go by where there are a lot of questions from the public, from the media about what's going on. But it's not until 8:30 Monday night that we hear from the mayor and DPW director Jason Mitchell. That is when they hold their first news conference and start to answer some questions.
Once DPW received that confirmation, the public was notified.
But based on the emails we obtained and the timeline we built using their own words, it shows a different story. So we have some questions for some of the leaders at the top. These two leaders, the mayor and the DPW director, are where we will focus our investigation as we continue to dig for answers. Did the city violate federal law when DPW did not issue that boil water advisory on Sunday? Now here's a copy of that federal law, and there's some confusion surrounding when that 24-hour notification actually kicked in, and we're working to learn a little bit more. What is Mayor Brandon Scott's role in all of this? There are thousands of emails we have gone through, and we're still waiting on more emails to be released, so our investigation isn't over. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Making headlines this morning, investigators identified the MTA driver killed in a southwest Baltimore shooting. Police say 40-year-old Elaine Jackson was shot and killed Tuesday evening at a bus depot. They're investigating this as a domestic dispute. Now, so far, police have not named a suspect. A statement from MTA describes Jackson as warm and caring. The department thanked her for her commitment to the organization and offered their condolences to Jackson's family. Governor Larry Hogan sharing a message on Twitter. He says the First Family extends best wishes to Elaine Jackson's family and will contribute to the state investigation in any way possible. The Nad Syed is out and about following his release. Now, this comes after he spoke this week at a project event at the University of Baltimore. Now, during this talk, he broke down his entire murder case. The city state's attorney's office dropped those charges after a renewed investigation found no DNA evidence connecting Syed to the 1999 murder of Heyman Lee. Syed spent the last 22 years in prison. Russian soldiers are calling hotlines to say they would rather surrender than fight. What Ukraine is doing this morning that could give them a way out. Plus, we're waking up to another frosty morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we'll see a warm-up this weekend. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back on your Friday morning. A frosty Friday morning seems to be the theme here for the last couple of mornings, but not as bad as we've been as we look out over the Inner Harbor, over toward Fed Hill. Lights of the city looking pretty at this time. We will need the jacket and you will need sunglasses today with more sunshine. No need for the umbrella. We are tracking a little bit of rain in the second half of the weekend, which we'll take a closer look at in my full forecast in just a few moments. But here's our look at our jogging cast. Definitely want to get the extra layer on if you're out and about for a run or a jog. Long sleeves, please. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Following the war in Ukraine, more than 3,000 people have called a Ukrainian hotline for Russians who would rather surrender than fight. That hotline, dubbed I Want to Live, launched back in September after Ukrainian forces recaptured areas in the Kharkiv region. Now, Ukrainian officials say they wanted to give Russian soldiers a chance to give themselves up. Since then, they said they've received several calls from thousands of men who want to participate in the war.
You're paying more for food and gas. Now, a trip to the doctor's office could be next. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. How much more your health insurance could go up next.
And the debate this morning over whether or not children should be required to get the COVID vaccine. Still ahead, the stances from Maryland's gubernatorial candidates. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. America's demand for fiscal responsibility for our taxpayer dollars. Our waste of the week, calling out wasteful government spending. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your health headlines this morning, families feeling squeezed at grocery stores and gas stations could also feel it at the doctor's office pretty soon. The National Desk correspondent Angela Brown explains why.
Private insurance companies negotiate payment rates with hospitals. Those rates are often set years in advance, in some cases before record inflation hit. Now, some of those rates are being renegotiated. And finally, the inflation in medical services may trickle down to you. There's a shrinking population in healthcare that benefits experts pinpoint could end up absorbing more of the cost. Wondering who? Just look in the mirror.
Less than half of us now, 49%, get our healthcare at work.
That number matters because of this number right here, 6.5%. That's how much medical care services went up from last year. Inflationary pressure you may not feel yet. Dr. Justin Colby, Cedarville University.
There's so many other players negotiating behind the scenes, and they all need paid.
Those players, hospitals and doctors providing care to patients, then getting reimbursed from insurers. Rates often set in advance.
But when it comes to materials in insurance, typically those deals are made 1-2 years ahead of time. So you don't feel them until a little bit later.
Later could be now. A Kaufman Hall report says 53% of hospitals are expected to lose money this year. Rising costs, a major factor.
And you can be sure as they go to renegotiate these multi-year agreements, they are going to be aggressive.
And that could trickle down to your employer health care plans. Medical Economics reporting 7 in 10 employers expect moderate to significant increases in the cost of health benefits over the next 3 years.
You will feel it if you're an employer or someone who gets their health insurance at work.
The National Survey of Employer-Sponsored Health Plans 2022 from Mercer says that American employers expect health benefit costs per employee to go up 5.6% on average in 2023. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, let's get straight over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at today's weather. Cold coming in, a little frosty, didn't enjoy it, but I'm hoping it gets better.
Yeah, it is going to get better, Taylor. In fact, we're going to see a very nice Friday afternoon, a purple Friday at that, as we get ready for the Ravens game coming up Sunday afternoon with the Browns in town. Should be decent weather on Sunday. We'll take a closer look at that game time forecast here in just a moment. Meanwhile, taking a look out over the city right now, you can see the lights all looking good here. Fed Hill lit up, and overall, not too bad. 39, your temperature officially at BWI. Not much in the way of wind, and that's going to be the big thing today is we'll have a lot less wind to deal with for the afternoon. You can see our HD radar very quiet. There's not much happening here, not only here at home, but throughout most of the East Coast and even up toward the Great Lakes where we had the snow earlier this week. 36 your temperature right now in Cockeysville. We're at 40 in Chestertown, 39 in Bel Air, and you're waking up to 35 in Columbia. We still do have frost advisories going until 9 o'clock this morning. Notice it's pretty much our entire viewing area here. That includes all of us in Carroll and Baltimore counties over to Hartford and Cecil County down through Anne Arundel and Howard counties under that frost advisory. So probably some frosty pumpkins as you get up this morning. Right about 40 here in the next hour and then back to the upper 30s by 6 a.m. Sun comes up at 7:23 this morning. And overall, if you're heading out and about here in Brewers Hill, we're going to see those mid 40s by 8 a.m. Not a bad day for lunch outdoors. Temperatures close to 60 degrees into the noon hour and then warming up nicely, even mid 60s on the way by that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. And we're going to have plenty of sunshine with a lot less wind. So overall, a very nice afternoon ahead. Low to mid and upper 60s here for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville. These are going to be your high temps, which are a lot closer to average for this time of year than what we've seen earlier this week. Even 64 in Western Maryland for Cumberland and 63 in Ocean City. Here's a look at your future scan. Overall, staying mainly dry here for the next couple of days. Tomorrow will be even a bit warmer. Now, on Sunday, Saturday night into Sunday, we are going to see an increase in the cloud cover. That's because there's this thing called this coastal low that's developing off the coast. Some of the models did want to bring some heavier rain in yesterday. Those models are backing off now. So it's mainly just going to be a couple of light scattered showers. It is going to impact you if you're heading to the game on Sunday, just to have that rain gear ready to go for the Ravens. Taking on the Browns, 1 o'clock over there at M&T Bank Stadium. And temps, though, that will be in the mid 60s. So overall, even if it does get a little bit cloudy with a few showers, not going to be too bad temperature-wise. We are just 10 days from Halloween, my friends. That's right, our holiday countdown. 3 weeks from today is Veterans Day, and we're now inside of 5 weeks for Thanksgiving, just 34 days away for Terrence the Turkey. All right, there's our 7-day forecast. You can see the Ravens helmet on Sunday. And look what happens next week. We're going to see those numbers that will stay above average basically all the way through about Thursday of next week, like in those lower 70s. Taylor?
All right, now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network and check out these live cameras. Oh my gosh, everything's moving smoothly as we expect at 4:49, but You can bet we might see some slowdowns later, and we'll keep you updated. But for now, let's check in with mass transit. Hi, Mark Jones with the MTA.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. Look for train 403 and train 505, both on the Penn line, to be about 5 minutes late for the commute start. The other trains of MARC are on schedule. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it looks good for the start. No delays in either direction of that service. And Metro Subway Link on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, this morning is your last day at a chance to win a Jerry Seinfeld prize pack. If you win, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show. It's happening on October 28th at the Meyerhoff. Wait for your cue to call, and caller number 10 will win the prize pack. That will put you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show. And at the end of today's show, we'll randomly select one of this week's winners for the grand prize. And of course, you can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
A new recommendation about the COVID-19 vaccine for children is raising a lot of questions. I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington, and we'll have some answers.
And questions remained this morning after an investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program. Why some council members left with no solution. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition. All local, all morning.
So to mandate this, I think would create controversy. I think it should be suggested, but not mandated.
On the path forward, a debate is now emerging as a CDC panel recommends adding the COVID vaccine to its annual vaccine schedule. National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes us through the ensuing questions.
1, 2, 3, poke. Nearly 3 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, vaccines are now available in the United States for kids of almost all ages. There you go. Vaccinating the youngest in our population viewed as a critical step by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
It's our highest priority to optimize protection so that our children, our future, can remain healthy and protected.
That priority seen as one reason why an independent panel is now recommending the COVID-19 vaccine be added to the pediatric immunization schedule.
They deem it important enough that it's a recommendation that parents should consider, doctors should offer for families.
To be clear, the CDC cannot mandate vaccines for school children. That's decided at the state and local level. But at least 30 states do use these recommendations as a guideline, raising concerns that the CDC's decision could in turn result in some school districts adding this to their list of required vaccines.
The state, though, would still have to decide if they wanted COVID vaccines specifically to be mandated or not.
Jen Kate says most states also still allow for exceptions for those who wish not to get their child vaccinated.
Put your Band-Aid on? Yeah.
Critics say it will be the first vaccine added to the child immunization schedule without solid clinical evidence of a significant reduction in community spread, in contrast with others on the list.
There are absolutely infections that affect children more than adults: polio, measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria, pertussis. These are absolutely really important for children to get, and they are mandated.
When it comes to COVID hospitalizations for kids under 17 years old, the numbers are in the mere hundreds nationwide. Parents once again filled with questions over a new recommendation from health officials. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Fox 45 News took those questions to two men looking to be Maryland's next governor. We asked, would they require Maryland children to get the vaccine if the CDC signs off on approval? Republican Dan Cox says if he's elected, he'd never use his power as governor to coerce parents into making their children get the vaccine. We're still waiting to hear from Wes Moore's campaign. We have not yet received a response. But data from the State Department of Health shows more than 89% of Marylanders have received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine. Nearly 95% ages 5 and over have received a dose. Only 8% of Marylanders are fully vaccinated and double boosted. Making headlines this morning, a New York jury reaches a verdict that actor Kevin Spacey did not molest a fellow actor. The actor, who lives in Baltimore, was accused of misconduct by Anthony Rapp, who claimed it happened when he was just 14 years old back in 86. The claims came to light in 2017 during the Me Too movement. Spacey says the encounter never happened. The case has now been dismissed as Rapp has been seeking more than $40 million in damages. An inmate convicted of killing his infant daughter back in 2002, executed in Oklahoma Thursday. Benjamin Cole died by lethal injection at an Oklahoma State penitentiary. Cole's attorney argued that he was not mentally competent, saying he had schizophrenia and a lesion on his brain. But the courts rejected that claim.
Baltimore's Safe Streets program is going through some major changes, but there's many unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the lack of transparency from city leaders.
Temperatures still cold once again for your Purple Friday, at least to start the day, but good news on the way for the afternoon and for the weekend. We'll take a closer look at it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
4:58 on this Friday morning, October 21st. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Taylor Stewart. It's Purple Friday.
It is a Purple Friday, that's right, and we are excited about it. Some of you may be feeling a little blue when you head outside, if you stay outside any length of time.
That's very true, but I'm hoping it warms up today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, will we see a warm up today, later this weekend?
Where's your purple?
This is purple, sir. This is you know what? It's a little bit early, but this is
it's
purple.
dark. It's a dark purple. Okay.
We'll get into that later.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's a shade. I get it.
Yeah, it's a variation.
All right. It's
deep
all good.
reddish shade.
We like that for sure. Yeah, it is definitely cold here still this morning with frosty conditions out there, and we still have those frost advisories that you'll have to deal with here getting up over the next couple of hours. But improving numbers on the way later today and for the weekend ahead, especially as you head closer to that Ravens game. Temperatures statewide. Look at them. 37 in Oakland, 32. 42 in Cumberland. We're in the upper 30s for Westminster and Baltimore, over to Bel Air, right about 45 actually in Annapolis. So Mr. Bo says get the heaters going, bun warmers for sure, with upper 30s over the next few hours as you make your way out for your morning drive to work or school. Mid-60s for our high temps today, so temps will be closer to average, and we're not seeing the sun until 7:23. That's when the sunrise is this morning. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 4:59, taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and you see some of the area cameras up there. No issues really to report at all. The construction for Fort McHenry South tubes just opened back up, so everything's moving along smoothly around the Baltimore region. Continuing coverage, though, this Friday morning, more questions than answers after a city council investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program.
That's right. We've been digging into Baltimore City's Safe Streets program for months now, demanding answers from city leaders regarding it.
Well, last night, City Council had the chance to bring more transparency to Safe Streets, but didn't. Olivia Dance joining us this morning, and she has more on the possible missed opportunity from your elected leaders. Olivia?
Well, good morning. And yeah, after yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there are absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. You may remember last month, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will fall on just 2 groups: LifeBridge, Center for Hope, and Catholic Charities.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
When the news of the restructuring first broke, City Council President Nick Mosby said he was never briefed on the plans. And at the hearing, other City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark, too. Take a listen.
The council didn't find out until it was released to the public in end of September. Why is that?
These were the beginning discussions of what was going to be an evolving ecosystem. There were not defined transition partners.
Was not communicated to the council until we saw a press release comes out. That's the problem. Nothing else is relevant here.
Restructuring is underway, but questions still remain about the 2 new contracts and if Safe Streets is actually effective. We'll keep pressing for those answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been pressing Monzi for transparency about the Safe Streets program for months, but our questions have gone ignored. Fox 45's Mackenzie Stryker brought those concerns right to Director Shantae Jackson.
I believe that Monzi is as transparent with its partners as we are with the community. Quite frankly, I pride myself on my transparency and on my honesty with Baltimore.
We have sent you a lot of requests to sit down for an interview and a lot of questions over the past year. I mean, and we've either not gotten a response or you haven't wanted to do so. So what is your response to that when it comes to touting transparency?
I think that the first thing that I would say is that accurate reporting is something that's very important to me and something that I believe that Baltimore City deserves. And so when we are ready to have conversations that are rooted in accuracy and honesty and appropriate levels of information, then I'll be ready to sit down.
Fox 45 News has sent dozens of questions to the mayor's office, city council, and Monzi about the Safe Streets program as part of our investigation. These include: who are the current employees, what does their training look like, and what, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations? And how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on the Safe Streets operations? Those questions going unanswered.
Now, Director Shantae Jackson also claims while the state legislature allocates $3.6 million for Safe Streets each year, the state only provided the program $3 million this year. She says the state shorted them $600,000, and she's working with lawmakers to get that money. Fox 45 News reached out to the governor's office, though, for comment, who said the state denied the $600,000 because the application included expenses that are not in the statute. Well, the statement goes on to read, Monzi has made no attempt to reach out to the Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services to fix the situation. You can find that full statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think taxpayer dollars should be spent on the Safe Streets crime program? So far, 99% of those who answered say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Some big questions this morning about the exonerations coming from City State's Attorney's Office.
Yeah, it comes just over a week after the city state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, dropped all charges against Anad Syed, who was convicted of killing Heyman Lee back in 2000.
Earlier this week, a federal judge found a man who was exonerated in 2018 used fabricated evidence to win his freedom. Now the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking for an investigation into misconduct from the state's attorney's office. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with concerns that some criminals could now be walking free. Shannon.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. Those new calls for an investigation are aimed at ensuring that those who are declared innocent are truly innocent. In fact, a video produced by the state's attorney's office features many of the 13 men who prosecutors have exonerated in the past 7 years, but not everyone is convinced.
My name is Lamar Johnson. I spent 14 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Spent 20 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
My name is Jerome Johnson. I did 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
Well, the last man you saw right there, Jerome Johnson, sparking calls for this investigation after a federal judge questioned the evidence he filed in a civil suit. The judge ruled at least 2 affidavits in Johnson's case were fabricated. One of them was used to gain his freedom. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit for possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement.
Marilyn Mosby's office is motivated to exonerate people, not to keep them in prison. And in these cases, at least 2 of them were guilty of sin. And the fact that they got out suggests there's something amiss in the state's attorney's office.
Now, we did reach out to the state's attorney's office for comment on these concerns. So far, they have not responded. Reporting in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, this is far from the first concern, though, raised about the city state's attorney's office. There have also been concerns about light sentences from the city state's attorney's office. In July, the Maryland Public Policy Institute released a report. It shows most homicide suspects in Baltimore City should already have been behind bars. Of the 110 homicide suspects they looked at, they found nearly 80% of them have been convicted of crimes that should have kept them in prison beyond the date that they were freed. Now, in June, though, a judge released an opinion slamming Mosby's office, saying staffing problems there led to, quote, egregious failures in a case against 26 correctional officers. Fox 45 News found the office is dozens of prosecutors short. City's likely next state's attorney, Ivan Bates, says the rebuilding the state's attorney's office is a top priority.
A Baltimore icon is closing its doors for good, but you could keep Bertha's alive by buying it. The starting bid to win the pub.
It's cold this morning, no doubt about that, but we do have good news around the corner with warmer numbers on the way just in time for our weekend. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Early Edition. Stay with us. 5:09 is your time right now on your Friday morning. Looking out from our Towson camera here. Still on the cold side. Numbers on the right side of your screen, mainly in the 30s right now. And you can see some of those 30s here for Baltimore over to Columbia, Cockeysville 36, 39 in Bel Air over to Westminster as well as you wake up with us early this morning. Your yard and gardening cast getting back out there and maybe getting some leaves raked up. We're talking about numbers here in the mid to upper 50s. And check out those 60s that are on the way later today. So those numbers will be closer to average. Should be a great afternoon to get some of that yard work done or just to hang out in the patio. Maybe fire up the grill tonight. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Trending this morning, after 50 years in business, Bertha's Pub in Fells Point will be auctioned off next month.
Yeah, known for its Eat Bertha's mussels, those green and white bumper stickers, the corner bar has been a mainstay of Baltimore's best of list for decades now. The Norris family, which has owned the restaurant since it opened, plans to keep it going through the end of this year before retiring. Neighbors say they're sad to hear about this change.
We love Bertha's and we're going to miss it so much. It's the best place. It's sad. It's going to be very missed in the area.
Longtime owners say they're proud of the way that the pub has evolved into a beloved part of their community. The opening bid is set at $750,000.
It's Purple Friday here at Fox 45 News, and still ahead this hour, we're taking a look at how some fans are getting ready to grab that win.
Baltimore police officers already stretched thin, and now they're given yet another task, what they now need to do on Election Day. 5:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Okay, look at this. Caught on camera in Texas, a giant 14-foot skeleton stolen right out of somebody's yard.
Now, take a look at the surveillance video here. A thief grabbing the Halloween decoration by its thigh, struggling then to put it into the vehicle there, into the SUV. You see the mess? Come on now.
He's not going to give up.
Skeleton, the owner of the skeleton, though, hopes sharing this video will help identify this suspect. So if you know this person that is in Texas taking this Halloween decoration, guess what? If you give them the information about this, you might be able to get $50. So, yeah, Austin, Texas. If you happen to be down there and saw somebody driving around with big giant skeletons coming out of their SUV.
Why? I just want to know why.
They are about $300 for those giant skeletons
But
that
he's
light
not
up.
even, did he make it off? Look at that
I don't
car.
know.
How did he? There's so many questions here. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Well, happening now. Halloween coming up fast. Watch out for your decorations. We want to see all of your decorations in costumes. You can also share your stunning pictures of the fall foliage. Send us your photos or videos. You might see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Yeah, some people are getting in the Halloween and Christmas mood. Mike sent us this photo of his Halloween tree, the best of both worlds. A Halloween tree?
Halloween tree.
That's new. Okay, all right, and let's look what Idril sent us. This beautiful, this is nice. This is nice. This music in the background is a little spooky. Early sunrise over the water, looking at those trees starting to turn colors. Oh, what is that? I mean, this is scary. Don't
The
you
music
think this
makes it seem like Jason's going to come out of that water.
It does. It's, I don't know. It feels like maybe that's in the back of Justin's house, that lake maybe. Is it spooky like that?
Yeah, and we're waking up with cold, frosty conditions also this morning. Some parts of the state even under a frost advisory. You can see Cumberland, that is the western part of the screen right there. That is the top part of your screen. And then the bottom part, Ocean City, down the beach, right?
Okay. That's
good time. Look, you got the beach to yourself right now.
I don't know if you want to be out there right now. I don't think you do. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, do you want to be out there on the beach this morning?
No.
A little close?
Absolutely not?
No.
No. Okay. Where do you...
I'm just trying to be. I was trying to be spooky.
Oh, okay.
You're waiting for
All
to be spooky.
Waiting for the music to come back?
Yeah, I was
gotcha.
waiting for. I was hoping the music would come back.
All right, we'll work on that.
Good morning, Purple Friday, everybody, and good morning to all of you. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. I feel like this is a morning where we need to have some food in the studio. Do you know what I mean? It's like we got to have some food. Huh? Yeah, blood sugar is definitely a little low. Thanks, Tom, for pointing that out to everybody. 38-year temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind really to speak of right now. And actually later today, the wind takes a break. It's been breezy the last couple of days, so even when you're outside, you feel that kind of fall chill. 35-year temperature in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 39 in Bel Air, we're 38 Essex and Middle River, 37-year temperature in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. We do have frost advisories. Now, it's really just for our viewing area right here. All of us along the 95 corridor, Baltimore up into Cockeysville, out into Hartford and Cecil counties, down to Anne Arundel County as well. Still because we have the frosty conditions that will be possible as the growing season has ended out west. That's why they do not have those freeze warnings or advisories there. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to school this morning. A frosty morning, but a mild afternoon. Upper 30s by 7 a.m. Right about 60 into the noon hour and mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So not a bad day to be outside. I'm telling you, 67 is typically where we are for October 21st. We are going to see those temperatures widespread low to mid-60s for Carroll County, Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. 64 in Cockeysville, White Marsh and Perry Hall right about 63 for your high today. In Howard and Anne Arundel counties, keeping those temps in the mid-60s for Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Odenton. 64 Glen Burnie, Severna Park over through Pasadena, even in the 60s continuing for you in Annapolis and Hartford and Cecil counties. Great afternoon numbers continuing to see those low to mid-60s. Now, talking about some of the fall colors, we had that picture right there, and we've already reached peak in western Maryland. We're very close to the peak numbers here right around central Maryland. That's what we're looking for, and you can see those leaves that have definitely been changing. Some beautiful fall colors out there. If you want to get the car cleaned up Friday and Saturday in your car wash cast, we've got green lights for you. Sunday, however, I do have a yellow light because we are tracking at least the potential for a few showers by Sunday afternoon. I know it's right when the Ravens are going to be playing there at M&T Bank. So here's our future scan. Friday stays dry, as does Saturday. We've got warmer temperatures for tomorrow. Then as we head into Sunday, you are going to see a little bit more of that cloud cover. It's a coastal low that's going to be coming in. Some of the models yesterday did want to bring some heavier rain, but right now looking like just a couple of light showers is about all we will see through the afternoon. Definitely will be overcast, and temperatures are actually not going to be that bad as that low starts to get a little bit closer to us. More Halloween picks for you and our pet picks, and I love this shot. Hercules. This is from Peggy and Dan in Elkridge. Hercules is the black cat on the left, the real cat, and not too certain about what's going on with the fake cat that is next to Hercules. So appreciate those Halloween pet pics, and yeah, keep the spirit going. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, those numbers, not too bad. 66 today, 70 tomorrow, mid-60s on Sunday, then lower 70s into Monday and Tuesday of next week, warming up nicely and going back above average. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at the roadways here in the Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Great news on this Friday morning at 5:20. No issues at all to report around the Baltimore region, so just get out there and enjoy your commute. Now we're going to check on your mass transit, though. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Well, happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the Camden line of Mark, we've got a serious situation. Mark's service on the Camden line is temporarily suspended due to a CSX freight train incident between St. Denis and Dorsey stations. A better choice might be the Penn line this morning for travel between Baltimore and Washington at present. Allowed time for travel out there on the Penn line. You'll find a couple delays. Penn train 505 and Penn train 403 running about 5 minutes late. The other trains on the Penn line and on the Brunswick line of Mark look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, looking good there. No delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link is on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark.
All right, a bright spot this morning, an incredible honor for a pair of American music legends. We're talking about Barry Gordy and Smokey Robinson. They will be next year's Music Cares Person of the Year. Now, Gordy founded Motown record labels, and his good friend Smokey Robinson is a Grammy Award-winning musician who's regularly found atop the R&B charts. Performers have influenced over the years will play a tribute to the show in their honor before next year's Grammys.
All right. Also happening this morning, you have a chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live right here in Baltimore. Today is the last day we're giving away the Seinfeld prize pack. If you win that prize pack, that puts you actually into the running to win 2 tickets to the show that's happening October 28th right at the Meyerhoff. So wait for your cue to call in, and then caller number 10 will win the prize pack and be in the running to win those tickets to the show. At the end of today's show, we are going to randomly select one of this week's winners for the grand prize. So out of the 5 people, not a bad chance there, right? You can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45, 11:30, and then again at midnight. About 30% of Ukraine is now in the dark in Europe as Europe is battling an energy crisis. Next, the concerns this morning surrounding Iran's involvement.
We're just weeks away from the general election, and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dans, and coming up next, I'll explain why Baltimore police officers are now involved in the process. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:25, and now from the Live Center this morning. This is a live look at the second day of the European Union summit that's being held in Brussels, where 27 EU leaders working towards an agreement on ways to handle a looming energy crisis this winter, accelerated by Russia's war in Ukraine. After lengthy talks well into the evening Thursday, the leaders are still divided on how to handle this matter. No agreement on a gas cap was made, but they're considering some options earlier considered by the EU executive arm, some including voluntary joint purchases of gas, benchmark fuel prices by early 2023, and fast-tracking permitting procedures to speed up the rollout of renewable energy. Ukraine is watching this meeting closely as Russia continues hitting its energy infrastructure. In fact, right now, more than 30% of Ukraine is in the dark. Ukraine says the power stations are being hit by Russian drones supplied by Iran. Now to the White House now, where the State Department, though, is backing Ukraine's claim declassifying intelligence that Russia has turned to Iran, helping to use those drones.
We assess that Iranian military personnel were on the ground in Crimea and assisted Russia in these operations. Russia has received dozens of these UAVs so far and will likely continue to receive additional shipments in the future.
Now, the State Department says the intelligence does not impact the White House's renewed Iran nuclear deal talks. Rather, they're considering sanctions on Iranian weapons. We'll bring you any updates from the EU meeting and from Ukraine here from the Live Center. Bus driver becomes one of the latest victims of gun violence. Mother of four. This morning, we're hearing from the governor about what happened.
As crime continues to climb across the city, the number of crime fighters continues to fall. Coming up, a look at those concerning numbers and when relief could come. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following two big stories this half hour. The crime crisis in Baltimore City, an ongoing cycle of bloodshed with seemingly no end in sight. We look into how the lack of police officers is adding to the fire.
Plus, voting tactics in question, the new moves from city leaders to keep elections on track. Good morning, everybody. It is Friday, October 21st. I think it's the third Friday in the month, and second to last, right? We're almost done with October.
We're getting there.
And it feels like winter, though.
And Halloween is right around the corner.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
But I want to know, meteorologist Justin Chambers, why does it feel like winter?
Well, we got a cold snap. That's what happens. Mother Nature comes in, gets some colder air that's here, and that's what we have to deal with here, at least for this morning. We do have good news in terms of warmer numbers by the time we head toward the afternoon. Yeah, just 10 days away from Halloween. So here's a look at your weather story for the day. Another frosty morning, but sunny and warmer later today, and even warmer numbers on the way for this weekend. Mr. Bo says get that heater flow going, upper 30s over the next couple of hours, into the 40s by 8 a.m. with plenty of sunshine. We'll top out at 66 today, almost 70 tomorrow. In fact, some of us will get to about 70 degrees. Even on Sunday, with the potential of a few showers, we'll still keep temperatures in the mid-60s. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
And now let's check the Len Stoller traffic network for your drive times. And everything's moving smoothly this hour, 5:31 right now, and we'll keep you updated. Shifting gears, though, to a city in crisis. In less than 2 weeks, the city's murder rate has moved from slowing to accelerating.
Yeah, October 10th, there were fewer murders than at that same point last year. Since then, though, 14 people have been killed, surging the city's well ahead of last year's pace. There have been 274 murders in Baltimore this year so far.
And back in August, the city police department rolled out a number of new incentives to help retain and recruit new officers. But so far, we've only lost officers since then.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with the concerning numbers and what experts are saying about them. Shannon?
Yeah, so since August, the department's officer vacancies has worsened from 392 openings to 420. Now, of course, when these new incentives were rolled out in the summer, many were hopeful the boost in pay would lead to a much-needed boost in staffing. But you'll remember, among other incentives, officers were offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $60K starting salary, but that money has yet to make a difference. Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, though, says he isn't predicting a turnaround anytime soon.
Then you have to put people through the process, the vetting process, to get them into an academy class, to get them onto the street. So unfortunately, the fact that we're down police officers, the fact that some police officers are still retiring or still leaving the police department is going to be problematic, probably at least into the next year, to 2023, maybe into the fall of 2023.
Yeah, so Taylor and Tom, the number of applicants, though, would suggest more officers are on the way. They just need to get through training, which could take months.
Now, Shannon, we're hearing from anyone in the police department about this issue. Have we heard anything from them about this issue?
We are. So the city police union is claiming that the city and BPD have done very little when it comes to recruiting and nothing when it comes to attrition. But take a look at this response we received from the city right here. They say recruitment and retention are down throughout the entire country. And quote, "We are focusing our efforts on recruiting the best quality persons who really want to join the department and have the right temperament." Now, they go on to say, currently we have 175 candidates in the background investigation stage and 67 recruits in the police academy. So hopefully that will help. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. And now Baltimore City police officers have another item going on their plate, Election Day.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live from City Hall with the new plan to prevent any errors on Election Day. Olivia, good morning.
Good morning. And yeah, during the primary election, flash drives containing votes were misplaced. So now Baltimore police officers are stepping in to help. The missing drives for those 12 precincts were eventually found and the election results weren't impacted. But Armstead Jones, who's the director of the Board of Elections, blames a shortage of election judges. So now for the upcoming election, Baltimore police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives.
We found that going back to that may be the answer so that we don't have the problem we had in the primary by having the judges do it and some of them forgetting them or closing them up in the scanner, those kind of issues, or putting them in the wrong place.
The city will pay the officers to transport the flash drives with voting results from each precinct to the city election offices. And Jones says the Board of Elections has used police officers in this role before. And as a reminder, Election Day is on November 8th, so it is right around the corner. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus those important dates you should have on your calendar. Just go ahead and scan that QR code that you see on your screen or head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Making headlines this morning, Anad Syed is out and about following his release. This week, he spoke at an Innocence Project event at the University of Baltimore. During his talk, he broke down his entire case. The city state's attorney office responded by dropping charges after a renewed investigation found no DNA evidence connecting Syed to the 1999 murder of Heyman Lee. He spent the last 22 years in prison.
Happening today across Maryland, in Baltimore County, leaders will break ground on a new $15,000 square foot rec center in Rosedale. It will open alongside McCormick Elementary School.
That's right. Maryland First Lady Yumi Hogan will honor 7 women small business owners as part of this year's Maryland Women's Small Business Celebration.
Hollywood Casino in Perryville will launch its sportsbook restaurant. 2000 Ravens Super Bowl champ Dwayne Starks will be on hand for a meet and greet. Wrongfully convicted people being set free, but were they properly assessed? The Maryland group fighting for victims' rights.
And look, guys, it's another cool, frosty morning, but maybe we'll see a warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if and when we'll thaw out this afternoon. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 5:41 is your time, just 19 in front of 6 o'clock on your Friday morning. Statewide, our temperatures are in the 30s. It's another cold morning for sure, but good news is we've got Carlos the Crab, who is saying it's going to be a 5 on the Crabcast later this afternoon. We're going to see numbers that will be closer to average and a lot less wind as well, with plenty of sunshine. Check out some of these numbers. Low to mid and upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for you this afternoon. We've got even warmer numbers on the way for Saturday. We'll take a closer look at that coming up.
From the Live Center this morning, we have new video and new audio from the scene in Uvalde, Texas during that shooting. It reveals a Texas State Police captain ordered those teams to stand down as they prepared to enter classrooms where the shooter was entering and those dying students were located. 19 children, 2 teachers were killed back in May. And the body camera video obtained by CNN reveals the chaos and confusion on the ground as more than hours passed before officers entered that room. Now, including this exchange between a Border Patrol medic and a law enforcement officer.
No, we hadn't heard that. No, we're in the 4s, right? This is building 4s.
Anybody hurt?
No, not here. No, sir.
Yes, there are.
Here?
Yeah. EMS in there already? No, sir. We have a shooter still in there.
Yeah.
He's in here.
He's in here. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stand right here. Be ready.
The last contact. Hey, hold on. Last contact we had was one of our school PD officers. His wife is a teacher. She called him saying she's not.
Nearly 400 law enforcement responded to that scene back on May 24th. One of them was Texas DPS Captain Joel Betancourt. Now, an international memo says he told officers to stay away from the school and remain on the perimeter during that initial response. This is teams prepared to breach the room 70 minutes into the shooting. He's heard on radios giving this order.
Hey, this is DPS Captain Bedford. You guys gonna make a breach, need to stand by. If you guys gonna breach, need to stand by.
Now, that order over the radio contradicts the initial narrative that the state police were given, never in command of the scene. Now, they say they never issued substantive orders, but Captain Betancourt was one of 91 DPS officers on the scene that day and is now one of 7 officers referred for an additional investigation. He's not responded to that report. Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. 5:44 on this Friday. After last week's disappointing loss to New York Giants 24-20, the Ravens are looking ahead to this Sunday, hosting the Cleveland Browns at home. Kickoff 1 o'clock.
And regardless of last week's loss, diehard fans are staying in the purple spirit. Irene sent us this picture saying no matter the outcome, we are still Baltimore strong. Look at that cute little pup, number 8 there. And of course, we want to see how you're showing off your purple, especially on this Purple Friday. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you straight to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos there. It's powered by Stackla.
In your entertainment news this Friday morning, global pop sensation Taylor Swift has officially dropped her 10th album, Midnights.
Ooh, and I can't wait to stream this. This is her first album of the new songs in almost 2 full years, and it was dropped at midnight. And just like the name of the album, clever.
Yeah, all right. Well, the album marks her return to pop after her alternative phase with Folklore and Evermore. In all, there are 13 songs on the album, Swift's lucky number. And at 3 a.m., she dropped 7 bonus tracks.
Oh my gosh, and Swifties around the world are going completely nuts over this album, including myself. And they are taking to social media to express their love. Let's take a look at some of these. Love that. No words, just Midnights. And then we have another one. Ashley here saying, Taylor Swift and Midnights really had me out here making soup at 2 a.m. so I can stay up for this chaotic surprise. We have some committed Swifties and fans out there. We have another one right here. Hi, okay, I need to go to bed, but y'all, Taylor Swift slayed Midnights. Such a solid collection of masterpieces. 13 out of 13 would recommend. Clever right there. Of course, we've got to have Meredith. I think that's Meredith. When someone tells me to stop listening to Midnights every minute of every single day. That's probably going to be me. I'm not going to lie. And let's do one more. Let's see. Me at the end of Midnights. Yep. Oh my gosh. Guys, I was so excited. I know this is a little bit past our bedtime, so I didn't have a chance to stay up, but I did listen to a little bit of it in the morning, and it was so, oh my gosh, it's so good. Have you guys had a chance to listen to it yet?
No, but she has incredible range. I said this in the newsroom. I think she's the Dolly Parton of our generation.
I think she would really
agree.
appreciate that, too. Yeah, can you see that? I saw her in concert about, I don't know, 15 years ago, I guess, when she was still country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter really wanted to go. She's like, oh, we got to go see Taylor, so I went. A great concert. I mean, I was shocked at all the songs that I did know.
Yeah, I mean, they stay in your head. You can't forget them.
Maybe you'll sing some of them for us today as we come in.
We'll be looking forward to that. Justin, you seem like the kind of guy that would stay up for a Taylor Swift album.
Yeah, sure. Look, I lived in Nashville for a while, and she, still is obviously very big there. And I remember that I saw on the Midnights thing that she dropped on this billboard in Nashville that she was going to do this tonight or last night or whatever it was. But I was on that billboard at one point. It's like they changed like the
wow.
Celebrities
pictures up.
So you're comparing yourself with Taylor Swift?
No,
that's what I heard.
His album dropped.
Just saying that, there are a lot of celebrities in Nashville, and for a while I got to kind of hang out. So
wow.
I never saw Taylor Swift, but I did see the apartment where she used to live in at one point. Thank you. The audience appreciates me.
Yeah. We have a celebrity here, folks.
Wow. Honored to be in your presence, Justin.
Swifties. What do we call me? Chambies? Like people who are like
Justies.
Oh, Justies. Oh, I like that one, Tom.
Justies.
Yeah, that's a good one. Man, Tom comes up with some good stuff sometimes. All right, Shannon and Taylor and Tom, good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate you all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. We got a long road to go still, and numbers are still cold. 38 your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Here's a look at your frost advisory, still in effect until 9 o'clock. This is for all of us here in Central Maryland, basically our entire viewing area all across Baltimore City and County, for Carroll County, Harford and Cecil County, down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties. You're all under that frost advisory. So still some frostiness on the lawns and the pumpkins this morning as you get up over the next couple of hours and rise and shine. Upper 30s, and we're to the 40s by 8 a.m. The sun comes up at 7:23. Golfers hitting the links today. Maybe a frost delay this morning, but man, what a nice afternoon. 60 by noon, into the low and mid 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and don't even have to deal with wind for the afternoon. 67 is typically where we are this time of year. Low to mid 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, with 66 in Baltimore City this afternoon. And up and down the East Coast, looking pretty good. Low to mid 60s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. 63 Ocean City this afternoon. If you are going to do some flying today, pilots, what a great afternoon. Finally, you don't have to deal with those crosswind takeoffs and landings, as we'll see mainly calm conditions and VFR conditions as well, visual flight rules, through the day today. Now, we are tracking some rain, but it's not going to be till the end of the weekend. Basically, today and tomorrow looking great. Nothing to show you on your future scan. There is a coastal low developing, and that's going to bring in more cloud cover Sunday morning into the afternoon. A couple of stray showers here and there. It's not looking like a lot of rain right now. Most of the models keep the center of the low off into the Atlantic, but we'll still get the influence of that moisture. But temperatures are not going to be too bad, which means for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, we're still talking about mid-60s and still a good morning to tailgate. Browns are in town, 1 o'clock kickoff there at M&T Bank Stadium on this Purple Friday, getting you all ready for it. So 60s today, right about 70 tomorrow, mid-60s Sunday, and then we get another stretch of lower 70s for that final full week of October. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic networks. Taking a look at some of the cameras around the area, too. Baltimore region, no major issues out on the roads. However, we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA on this Friday morning. Mark, some issues with the CSX train.
That's right, Tom. Good morning. Out there on the Camden line of Mark, you'll find service temporarily suspended due to a CSX freight train incident between St. Denis and Dorsey stations. A better choice might be the Penn line for travel between Baltimore and Washington this morning. The Penn line showing 2 delays. Penn trains 505 and 511, presently running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of the Penn line and Brunswick line on time. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link on schedule as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark.
New tax brackets and second jobs. I'm Atrell Nashar with the latest on how inflation is impacting you.
Questions remain this morning after an investigative hearing into the Safe Streets hearing. Why some council members left with no resolution. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:54, and now on the path forward, the CDC's advisory panel voted to recommend updating immunization schedules to include COVID vaccines for children. It still has to be approved, though, by the CDC director. But in light of that move, there were some false claims that recommendations would make the shots mandatory for kids to attend public schools, even though some states do that. The Public Health Agency does not determine school vaccine requirements. There are state health departments that say vaccines must be administered according to the CDC schedule. Some don't include the entire list in their requirements, but some do, like the flu shot or the HPV vaccine.
We took that question straight to the two men vying for your vote in the race for governor. We asked, would they require Maryland children to get the vaccine if the CDC signs off on approval? Republican Dan Cox says if he's elected, he'd never use his power as governor to coerce parents into making their children get the vaccine. We also reached out to Wes Moore campaign, but we have not yet received a response. According to the State Department of Health, more than 89% of Marylanders have received at least one dose of the vaccine. Nearly 95% of ages 5 and older have received a dose. Only 8%, though, are fully vaccinated and fully boosted.
5:55, inflation frustration this morning. A tough time for Americans. Gas prices, they're up again. Inflation is sky high. While September inflation numbers hit 8.2% in the U.S., the situation is a bit worse in the United Kingdom, where Britons are dealing with 10% price increases. Analysts say that probably won't seep into the U.S., though.
For the United States, we're more set on a lower path, slowly unwinding that big inflationary environment we've seen for the last couple of years. And I think that, the stuff going on in the UK will affect a little bit, but not that.
Well, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is impacting the UK more than here in the U.S., with energy prices shooting through the roof in Europe. Americans' energy supply is more mixed, meaning inflation is unlikely to shoot as high, but it's still very high, averaging at least 15% for utilities, up to 33%.
The typical American household is now spending $445 more per month than they did a year ago just to keep up with inflation. That's according to Moody's Analytics. It's a hit many budgets can't take, so many are cutting back.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at some of the ways that Americans are trying to make ends meet.
The toll of inflation affecting everyday life in ways big and small. This week, the IRS announced inflation-driven adjustments to tax brackets so Americans can take home more of their paycheck next year. And they'll need it, as wages aren't keeping up with inflation, sitting at an annual rate of 8.2%. Much of that is thanks to energy and food costs.
We're just making sure that we're budgeting for groceries and all of that, so that's something that's impacted our family for sure.
This month, many shoppers spooked by the steep cost of Halloween. Candy prices are up 13% from last year.
We have had to increase prices just like everybody across the board. Everything's costing more.
Many anticipating an expensive holiday season and already adjusting their plans. In a Personal Capital survey, 1 in 4 Americans plan to skip Thanksgiving this year to save money. 64% of workers say it's harder to pay for living expenses than it was a year ago, according to a newly released Qualtrics poll. 37% have looked for a new, higher-paying job, and 38% have looked for a second job. And they're likely to find something as the labor market remains extremely tight, with more open jobs than there are people looking for work. It's one of the mixed signals that Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari says makes it difficult for the Federal Reserve to know where inflation is going.
The number one thing I hear from businesses is still we can't find workers.
Another mixed signal, household balance sheets are strong. Bank of America reporting deposit levels are multiple times higher than before the pandemic. This could fuel the demand the Fed is trying to quell with higher interest rates.
My confidence in being able to tell you where inflation is going to be in 6 months is very low right now.
Uncertainty many Americans feel, making it harder to keep up with current inflation, not knowing when it will get better. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
The Maryland Public Policy Institute calling for an investigation into the city state's attorney's office. Coming up, why they're citing possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement, and how that impacts you.
Baltimore's Safe Streets program is going through some major changes, but there's still many unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the lack of transparency from city leaders.
Temperatures are cold this morning, another day with frost advisories. However, warmer numbers on the way today and into the weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, it's a Purple Friday today. Live look from M&T Bank Stadium where the Ravens will be hosting the Cleveland Browns Sunday. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. And thank you for waking up with us on this Purple Friday, October 21st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast. I need to figure out, if I'm not wearing purple, what is purple?
We're going to have to get a color wheel.
That, not that.
This is purple.
Okay.
All right.
To each their own.
Okay.
It's all good. Let's take a look outside right now. We're not seeing purple. We are seeing some temperatures that are still on the cold side. Looking at our Towson area right now, you can see the traffic circle moving along nicely. Not a lot of folks out there. Kind of purple on this map here. 35 in Cockeysville, 39 in Bel Air, Essex and Middle River at 38, and you're also at 38 in Brooklyn Park at this hour. So the weather story looks like this. Another frosty morning. We do see sunny and warmer conditions today and even warmer numbers for the weekend. Mr. Bo says, yeah, get the heaters going. Upper 30s and low to mid 40s over the next couple of hours. Bun warmers if you got them for your drive to work or school. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Continuing coverage this morning, more questions and answers after a city council investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program.
That's right. We've been digging into Baltimore's program for months now, demanding transparency from city leaders regarding it.
Yeah, last night, the city council, though, had the chance to bring more transparency to Safe Streets, but they didn't.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning. She has more on the possible missed opportunity from your elected leaders. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. After yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there are absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. You may remember last month, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will fall on just 2 groups, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
When the news of the restructuring first broke, City Council President Nick Mosby said he was never briefed on the plans. And at the hearing, other City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark, too. Take a listen.
The council didn't find out until it was released to the public in end of September. Why is that?
These were the beginning discussions of what was going to be an evolving ecosystem. There were not defined transition partners.
Was not communicated to the council until we saw a press release comes out. That's the problem. Nothing else is relevant here.
Restructuring is underway, but questions still remain about the 2 new contracts and if Safe Streets is actually effective. We'll keep pressing for those answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been pressing Monzi for transparency about the Safe Streets program for months now, but our questions have gone ignored. Fox 45's Maxine Stryker brought those concerns right to the director, Shantae Jackson.
I believe that Monzi is as transparent with its partners as we are with the community. Quite frankly, I pride myself on my transparency and on my honesty with Baltimore.
We have sent you a lot of requests to sit down for an interview and a lot of questions over the past year. I mean, and we've either not gotten a response or you haven't wanted to do so. So what is your response to that when it comes to touting transparency?
I think that the first thing that I would say is that accurate reporting is something that's very important to me and something that I believe that Baltimore City deserves. And so when we are ready to have conversations that are rooted in accuracy and honesty and appropriate levels of information, then I'll be ready to sit down.
And Fox 45 News has sent dozens of questions to the mayor's office and city council about the Safe Streets program as part of our investigation. They include these questions like who are your current employees and what does their training look like? What, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations? And how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on the Safe Streets operation? Those questions still unanswered this morning.
Well, Director Shantae Jackson, you just heard, also claimed while the state legislature allocates $3.6 million for Safe Streets each year, The state only provided the program $3 million this year, and she says the state shorted them $600,000, and she is working with lawmakers to get that money. Fox 45 News reached out to the governor's office for comment, who said the state denied the $600,000 because the application included expenses that are not in the statute. Statement goes on to read, Monsi has made no attempt to reach out to the Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services to fix the situation. Well, you can find that full statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Which brings us to our question of the day. Do you think taxpayer dollars should be spent on the Safe Streets program to fight crime? So far, 99% of those who answered say no. Go over and head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in. You go there, hit /vote.
Now, some big questions this morning about exonerations coming from the city state's attorney's office.
That's right. It comes just over a week after the city state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, dropped all charges against Anad Syed. He was convicted of killing Heyman Lee back in 2000.
Now, earlier this week, a federal judge found a man who was exonerated in 2018 who used fabricated evidence to win him his freedom. Now, the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking for an investigation into misconduct from the state's attorney's office. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with concerns that some criminals can now be walking free. Shannon?
Yeah, that is the concern, Tom. Those new calls for an investigation are aimed at ensuring that those who are declared innocent are truly innocent. In fact, a video produced by the state's attorney's office features many of the 13 men who prosecutors have exonerated in the past 7 years, but not everyone is convinced.
My name is Lamar Johnson. I spent 14 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Spent 20 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
My name is Jerome Johnson. I did 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
Well, that last man you just saw there, Jerome Johnson, sparking calls for this investigation after a federal judge questioned the evidence he filed in a civil suit. The judge ruled at least 2 affidavits in Johnson's case were fabricated. One of them was used to gain his freedom. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit for possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement.
Marilyn Mosby's office is motivated to exonerate people, not to keep them in prison. And in these cases, at least 2 of them were guilty of sin. And the fact that they got out suggests there's something amiss in the state's attorney's office.
Now, we did reach out to the state's attorney's office for comment on these concerns. So far, they have not responded. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor?
From the jail cell to the classroom, just ahead how Anad Syed is using his experience to teach law students.
And you have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. Today is the last day we're giving away the Seinfeld prize pack. Just wait, though, for your cue to call in.
Temperature's still cold this morning, but we've got warmer numbers on the way for the afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Coming up at 6:10 from the Live Center for you this Friday morning, a live look at the second day of the European Union summit in Brussels. They've all been walking into this building over here where 27 EU leaders are working towards an agreement on ways to handle a looming energy crisis this winter, accelerated by Russia's war in Ukraine. After lengthy talks well into the evening Thursday, leaders are still divided on how to handle this matter. No agreement on a gas cap was made, but they are considering some options earlier considered by the EU executive arm. Some, in fact, including voluntary joint purchases of gas, benchmark fuel prices by early 2023, and fast-tracking permitting procedures to speed up the rollout of renewable energy. Well, Ukraine is watching this meeting closely as Russia continues hitting its energy infrastructure. Right now, more than 30% of Ukraine is in the dark. Ukraine says power stations are being hit specifically by Russian drones supplied by Iran. Now to the White House now, where the State Department backing Ukraine's drone claim, declassifying intelligence that Russia has turned to Iran to help them use their drones.
We assess that Iranian military personnel were on the ground in Crimea and assisted Russia in these operations. Russia has received dozens of these UAVs so far and will likely continue to receive additional shipments in the future.
Well, the State Department says the intelligence does not impact the White House's renewed Iran nuclear deal talks. Rather, they're considering sanctions now on Iranian weapons. We'll bring you any updates from the EU meeting and from Ukraine here at the Live Center.
President Biden called on American companies to increase domestic oil production. Just ahead, the big takeaways that could help but also hurt your money.
Artscape set to return, but with one key change. Just ahead, the new dates to avoid a major holiday. 6:12 is your time.
President Biden announcing plans to tap into America's emergency oil reserve to bring down prices at the pump. He also urged companies to ramp up oil production now, with plans to release 15 million barrels of oil and more potentially in the future.
I've told my team behind me here to be prepared to look for further releases in the months ahead if needed. We're calling it a ready and release plan. This allows us to move quickly to prevent oil price spikes and respond to international events.
All right, joining us now to break this all down and what it means for you and the economy, political commentator and D.C. insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning.
Good morning, Taylor.
Now, let's put this in context. Rising gas prices have squeezed families all year. How quickly could we see this price come down?
You know, just think about this perspective, Taylor. America has some of the largest land oil reserves in the world. The only problem is because of these climate change activists, because of this woke culture, we've decided instead of developing and being a petroleum leader on our own land, it's best for us to satisfy these activists by trying to get it from other countries. This is one of the reasons why our president was in Saudi Arabia earlier in the summer. The problem is that they're reducing the supply, not expanding it. And unless America gets back to being a leader from developing it on its own soil, nothing's going to change. And even releasing the oil reserves, that is for doing when there's a critical it imperils our energy security at a critical time when there's so much global insecurity. And so what happens is if there's an emergency, if there's an embargo around the world, we go to our energy where we have our energy reserves around our country to make sure Americans can sort of embrace it depending on how long this embargo is. So it's all about politics. It's all about Biden giving the American voter the impression that before the election, gas prices are coming down. But guess what, Taylor? They're not coming down. They will continue to surge.
I mean, in a larger story here, doesn't this show that we've become very dependent on international forces to make sure we have energy? We've got turmoil in the East. We've got the war in Ukraine, and this is obviously causing these prices to spike. What does it say about our international energy dependence?
People forget that during the Trump years, America was not dependent on everyone. We were the global leader. But all of that changed with the Keystone Pipeline and other legislation that the Biden administration decided to rescind after he became president. And it says that we're slaves. It's another form of slavery. Someone that controls our oil supply, they can deliver it. They can punish us as what's happening right now. Saudi Arabia seems to support what Russia and Russia's pipeline. And Saudi Arabia has been an ally for a long time, but it seems as though their alliance is with Russia now. The problem is when you're dependent upon others to deliver you to all, especially during a time of crisis, sometimes you can be on the losing end of that. And what we've got to do is get back to using the lands that we have, that we know that where we can develop and make sure that people don't have to face these crises, especially when we enter the months of winter where it's going to be brutal. And we also know energy prices, not just gas prices now, Taylor, but energy prices are going to soar and almost double. The gas, the electric is going to almost double. And it's going to really further impact and marginalize our own citizens in this country.
And we'll have to wait and see how this all plays out as the country taps into those reserves. Thank you so much, Armstrong.
Thank you.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now for a look at the forecast. Chilly out there, but I'm hoping the sun comes out and this is a beautiful Purple Friday.
Yeah, it should be a real nice day today and a real nice weekend, too. We've been talking about that for the last couple of days. My Charm City Tanks shots looking good right now. Obviously, still about an hour away from the sun officially coming up. But we're going to see less wind today and plenty of sunshine. 39 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of. And again, that wind takes a break for the afternoon. 36 your number in Owens Mills. Good morning to you. 41 in Woodlawn. Dundalk at 39. Essex Middle River at 37. And 38 your temp in Bel Air right now. Still frost advisories posted through 9 o'clock this morning, so the growing season has ended out west. And for some of us, we still have a little bit of a chance because we're going to have nicer mornings over the next few days after today, but it could still be a bit frosty, hence the frost advisory that's posted. Make sure the kids are bundled up as you get them out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Numbers in the upper 30s here next hour. Right about 60, though, for noontime and recess, and mid-60s into the afternoon. Overall, it will be mild today. We know some kids off school for today, so great. Enjoy a 3 or 4 day weekend. There's Hank the Bird right there. Yeah, he's excited about Purple Friday. The Ravens, of course, 48 by 9 a.m. and lower 60s for Hank and his feathered friends through lunchtime as they're looking for those grubs and worms out there. Lower 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg today. 64 at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. White Marsh and Perry Hall at 63 this afternoon. Numbers for the Eastern Shore mainly in the mid-60s. Chestertown over to Rock Hall and Centerville. We're at 64 in Chester. That's going to be your high later today. Some of those fall colors really starting to pop, and we've already hit the peak in western Maryland. We're getting close to the peak right here in central Maryland, so you've seen a lot of those great colors out there in your yards, and maybe you already have to start doing some raking. This is your rake cast. Friday and Saturday, green lights for you. I do have a yellow light on Sunday as we may see a few showers and a little bit more cloud cover, but again, it will be less windy for the next couple of days. Staying dry here on our future scan into Friday and for most of Saturday as well. No issues out there. Nice ridge of high pressure settling in, but we have this area of low pressure that's coming off the coast on Sunday. That's going to add the cloud cover and also bring us at least a chance for a couple of stray showers. And yes, that means into the Ravens game, we'll have that potential for a few showers during the game on Sunday. 10 days out from Halloween, just 3 weeks from Veterans Day, Turkey Day, less than 5 weeks from now. We're inside of 2 months for Hanukkah and 65 days until Christmas. But we still got Halloween, and I love these Halloween pet pics. I love this picture of Hercules, too. I just keep showing it because I can't get enough of that cat. Just kind of, I don't think cat's really interested in the cardboard cutout of the cat. But Peggy and Dan in Elkridge, thank you for sending me that picture. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Chime in. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, however you get the pictures to us, we'll put them on TV as we get closer to Halloween. There's that Ravens helmet Sunday, mid-60s after temps about 70 tomorrow, and then we get right back to the lower 70s toward the early part of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and there's vehicle fire, 97 southbound right in Millersville, where the 2 right lanes are blocked. Cameras not showing it, but you can see the slowdown there with the red marker and the backup there. Now we want to get another check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA, and Mark, really the main concern with mass transit is that train and vehicle accident.
That's right. On the Camden line of Mark Time, we've got service temporarily suspended due to that CSX freight train incident between St. Denis and Dorsey stations. A better choice might be the Penn line for travel this morning between Baltimore and Washington. Right now on the Penn line, 10 train 511 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains on the Penn line and Brunswick line of Mark operating on time. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it has no delays or issues. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link on time as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Bus driver becomes the latest victim claimed by violence. This morning, the governor joining in on the investigation to find out who shot her.
As crime continues to climb across the city, the number of crime fighters continues to fall. Coming up, a look at the concerning numbers and when relief could come. It's 6:23. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
6:25 on this Friday morning. Changes coming to Artscape next year after a scheduling problem.
Yeah, the 2023 festival will run September 20th to the 24th next year, 1 week after Rosh Hashanah. Now, the two were originally scheduled to overlap, leading to backlash from the community. Next year's expanded exhibit will feature contemporary artists. Some are from Baltimore.
It truly is a crossroads of the city, and to bring the city's most premier festival here is so important. So it's so heartwarming, and I think together we're going to make it something really extraordinary.
Next year's event will include a new exhibition pavilion featuring contemporary artists, some of which are Baltimore natives.
A major honor for a pair of American music legends, Berry Gordy and Smokey Robinson, will be next year's Music Cares Persons of the Year. Gordy founded the Motown record label, and his good friend Smokey Robinson is a Grammy winner whose music was regularly found atop or near the top of the R&B charts. Performers that they've influenced over the years will play a tribute show in their honor before next year's Grammys.
All right, we're waking up to another frosty morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know when, if and when, we'll see a warm up. Plus, Baltimore is under a frost advisory, and we'll let you know where coming up.
We're just weeks away from the general election, and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain why Baltimore police officers are now involved in the process. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good morning to you. It is Friday, guys, October 21st. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's another cold start to your morning, but it looks like we're going to have a great weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. And the games this weekend?
Yes.
So meteorologist Justin Chambers, let us know, can we wear a jacket to the game? Will we need to stay inside? I mean, are we going to warm up this weekend? That's what we really want to know.
Well, our numbers are going to come up today, and then as we head into the weekend, looking very nice for our temperatures. You'll probably need some rain gear for the game on Sunday, as we are tracking at least a few showers rolling in. Overall in Towson right now, you can see a nice shot here, our morning glow from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Yeah, definitely long sleeves, please, with numbers in the 30s and 40s as the sun gets closer to coming up. We will top out at 66 today and 70 for tomorrow. We're back to the mid-60s Sunday with more cloud cover and, again, a few showers that we'll have to track as well. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, we have a traffic alert for you this morning. We're hearing about a train collision with a car. This happened between St. Denis and Dorsey train stations. The Mark Camden line has been canceled this morning. Shifting gears, though, to a city in crisis. In less than 2 weeks, the city's murder rate moved from slowing to accelerating.
Yeah, October 10th, there were fewer murders than at the same point last year. Since then, though, 14 people have been killed, surging the city well ahead of last year's pace. There have been 274 murders so far this year.
Back in August, the city police department rolled out a new number of initiatives to help retain and recruit officers, but so far, we've only lost officers since then.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio this morning with the concerning numbers and what experts, Shannon, are saying about them.
Yeah, Tom, since August, the department's officer vacancies has actually worsened from 392 openings to 420. Now, of course, when these new incentives were rolled out in the summer, many were hopeful the boost in pay would lead to a much needed boost in staffing. You'll remember, among other incentives, officers were offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $60K starting salary, but the money has yet to make a difference. But former FBI agent Tyrone Powers says he isn't predicting a turnaround anytime soon.
Then you have to put people through the process, the vetting process, to get them into an academy class, to get them onto the street. So unfortunately, the fact that we're down police officers, the fact that some police officers are still retiring or still leaving the police department is going to be problematic, probably at least into the next year, to 2023, maybe into the fall of 2023.
Now, the number of applicants, though, would suggest more officers are on the way, Taylor and Tom, but they do need to get through training, and that could take months.
Now, Shannon, are we hearing from anyone in the police department about this issue? What are they saying?
Yeah, we are. So the city police unit is actually claiming that the city and BPD have done very little when it comes to recruiting and nothing when it comes to attrition. But take a look at this response that we received from the city police department, and they say recruitment and retention are down throughout the entire country, and quote, "We are focusing our efforts on recruiting the best quality persons who really want to join the department and have the right temperament." Then they go on to say, currently we have 175 candidates in the background investigation stage and 67 recruits in the police academy. So hopefully that will help. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Taylor, Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Baltimore City police officers have another item that's being placed on their plate, Election Day.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live from City Hall with a new plan to help prevent any errors from happening on Election Day. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. Yeah, that's right. During the primary election, flash drives containing votes were misplaced. So now Baltimore police officers are stepping in to help. Now, the 12 missing drives for those 12 precincts were eventually found and the election results weren't impacted. But Armstead Jones, who's the director of the Board of Elections, blames a shortage of election judges. So now for this upcoming election, Baltimore police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives.
We found that going back to that may be the answer so that we don't have the problem we had in the primary by having the judges do it and some of them forgetting them or closing them up in the scanner, those kind of issues, or putting them in the wrong place.
The city will pay the officers to transport the flash drives with voting results from each precinct to the city election offices. And Jones says the Board of Elections has used police officers in this role before. And as a reminder, Election Day is November 8th, so it is right around the corner. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Be sure to check out our voter guide for you. It's on FOX45News.com. We've got all the reporting on the upcoming election, plus the important dates to mark on your calendar. Go ahead and scan that QR code that you see on your screen. It'll take you straight there, or you can just head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Making your headlines this Friday morning, MTA driver killed in a southwest Baltimore shooting has been identified as a 40-year-old mother, Elaine Jackson. She was shot Tuesday night at a bus depot. Homicide detectives say her death was part of a domestic dispute. So far, police have not named a suspect. A statement from MTA described Jackson as a warm, caring individual. They thanked Jackson for her commitment to the organization, offering condolences to her family. Governor Hogan also sharing a message on Twitter. He says the First Family extends best wishes to Elaine Jackson's family and will contribute to the state investigation in any way possible.
The Ravens are taking on the Cleveland Browns this weekend. Just ahead, how you can show us your purple pride.
And if you're going to the Ravens game, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know what you can expect and how you should dress for Sunday's forecast. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Why Pacific Northwest air quality has been poor lately? Temperature inversion. Meteorologist Rhonda Shelby explains.
It happens when colder air is trapped near the ground by warmer air aloft. With little to no wind, smoke, exhaust, and pollution remains trapped until a strong enough onshore flow could push out and erode that stagnant air.
Weekend rain will clear out the smoke and haze.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.39 is your time right now, 21 minutes in front of 7 o'clock. Really pretty shot here on our live camera and our big live window here for you with that morning glow. Sun coming up here in just a little bit from right now. Yeah, nice little warm cup of joe, maybe some hot tea this morning to get you going on your Rise and Shine cast. Numbers eventually rise into the 40s by 8 a.m., even to the upper 40s by 9 o'clock. We'll take a look at the numbers and how they shape up later today, as well as the upcoming weekend in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. After last week's frustrating, disappointing loss to the New York Giants, 24-20, Ravens are looking ahead to this Sunday, facing off against Cleveland Browns right here at home. Kickoff is set for 1 o'clock.
And regardless of last week's loss, diehard fans are staying in the purple spirit. Irene sent us this picture saying no matter the outcome, we're still Baltimore strong, her and her pup. We want to make sure we see how you're showing your purple pride this Friday. Scan that QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Oh, some other good news stories. Take a look at this. Yeah, we want to say congratulations to Morgan Adset and her husband, Jeff. They both welcome baby Hudson early Monday morning, 12:21 in the morning here, too. And Boozer the dog looks thrilled that he's got a little brother with him there. But yes, congratulations to Morgan Adset. Thanks so much for sharing the picture, too. Great photo. Can't wait to meet Hudson.
Can't wait to meet you, Morgan, and the baby. Millions of dollars of pandemic-related funding are now going towards undocumented immigrants. In Baltimore ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, we take a look at where your taxpayer dollars are going.
Oh, and dozens of girls turned away from their high school before they can enjoy their homecoming dance, why the school rejected them, and how neighbors made it up.
Now in your morning rush, Baltimore City Council members and the Safe Streets chief clash over recent communication concerns. Olivia Dance joins us now outside of City Hall. Olivia, talk to us about this disconnect in communication.
Yeah, Taylor, that's right. After yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there were absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. Last month, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will fall on just 2 groups. At the hearing, City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark about the restructuring plans. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how Safe Street leaders responded to council members' concerns. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. The Maryland Public Policy Institute is calling for an investigation into the city state's attorney's office. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live now in studio with the recent cases that the Institute's concerned about. Shannon.
Yeah, so one man's case in particular, Tom, the case of Jerome Johnson, is under scrutiny. And that's after a judge says an affidavit Johnson used to gain his freedom was fabricated. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit. Kennedy says exonerations based on false evidence, quote, represent miscarriages of justice and undermine the public's faith in our criminal justice system. Stay with us because in just 15 minutes, we are going to hear from him directly, and we're going to take a closer look at his request. Now back to you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Trending now after being turned away from their school over a dress code, dozens of Utah high school girls got a second chance to experience their homecoming dance. Many students were protesting outside the American Leadership Academy Charter School after the weekend of their September 24th homecoming dance. Many saying the administration crossed a line by enforcing a dress code that's been on the books for decades. They say the girls who were not allowed inside were being judged based on their bodies, which made a lot of girls start to cry. The students, parents, and local businesses in Utah County organized a second dance for those girls who were unable to attend the first one. So it came down to it, and they were showing a lot of the pictures. I mean, the dress code was basically you had to keep it like mid-thigh or something. You couldn't have certain portions of your body exposed.
Right.
And there were a lot of
because you're in high school and it's a homecoming dance?
Yes. And
well, so what's the story?
They couldn't go into the dance because they were wearing inappropriate dress. So these girls got all upset, parents got all upset, caused a little issue. And it's one of those things that you hear about. Basically, we just had a homecoming dance for my son, and you saw some of the girls walking in there, and they were startling because there's hardly any material.
Interesting. Yeah.
I remember those times.
Yeah.
You know, I think that when you're younger and the kids want to get out and wear their own kind of thing, it's a fight you should have in your house. Just don't wear that out the house, I guess, you know?
Yeah, it's up to the parents then to be responsible for it more instead of the school saying sorry.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, people want to wear what they want to wear, but again, sometimes things get a little revealing, and you have to adhere to the dress code, and that's what it is.
They have the dress code there.
And they've had it for years, so interesting. All right, 6:47 is your time right now as we take a look here at your forecast. Temperatures are definitely still cold this morning, looking out over the area right there at M&T Bank Stadium from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. We know that'll be rocking on Sunday afternoon as the Browns are in town. Another division game that the Ravens will have coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. Numbers look purple, at least with the color contours right here, with mid to upper 30s for Westminster and Bel Air out through Chestertown. 39 in Baltimore City right now, 33 in Columbia. We still have frost advisories through 9 o'clock this morning. That's up and down the 95 corridor. All of us here in Baltimore City and County, and basically our entire viewing area. The growing season essentially ending in the western part of the state. That's why we don't have those freeze warnings or advisories there. Meanwhile, for those kids who do have to go to school today, we know some are off this morning. 39 by the next hour, lower 60s into the noon hour, and mid 60s when you pick them up later this afternoon. Should be a great afternoon for any outdoor activities. Maybe you want to do some pumpkin patches with the kids. Maybe you want to get out there and hit the ball around there on the golf course. Upper 40s by 9 a.m., right about 60 into the noon hour, and we'll be in those low to mid 60s through the later part of the day today. 67, our average this time of year, closer to that number today than we've been for the last couple of days, with low to mid 60s in Westminster, Cockeysville to Bel Air. We actually made it to 62 yesterday afternoon. I think it's going to be a great afternoon or evening to fire up the grill. Our dripping meat cast right here, 65 by 4 p.m., and we'll be in those lower 60s through 5. After the sun goes down, temperatures do drop, but maybe get the s'mores out there as well. Oh, that's what I have to put up. That's right. I've got to put the s'mores cast together. Okay, I'll go work on that backstage here in a minute. Friday and Saturday, green lights for your car wash cast. Sunday, we've got a yellow light because we are tracking at least the potential for a few showers as we look at the Ravens afternoon. Temperatures will be in the 60s, so it'll still be nice with a little bit of cloud cover and, again, a few stray showers to watch for. Looking good right now with our future scan. Really nothing to get in our way. Again, just a couple of those light showers that'll be around on Sunday. Shout out to Tina Barker, who sent in this picture of Sear and Chloe dressed up as is Sear for the Ravens game and for Halloween as well. Our Halloween pet picks continue. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to get your pet picks on TV. And of course, we love all of those great Ravens picks, of course, for Purple Friday. So 60s and 70s, yeah, that's not bad for mid to late October. We know we were cold earlier this week, so we'll enjoy those lower 70s next week with our next chance for rain after Sunday coming on Thursday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. Left lane blocked, BW Parkway southbound. right at 197 Powder Mill Road there. So, in fact, it looks like on-ramp coming southbound from 197 is still slow going. You see in the cameras here, it's actually moving a little bit quicker, but it's just be ready for some tapping your brakes for a couple miles there as you see the red. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. And Mark, it's all about that train collision this morning.
It sure is, Tom. We have that Camden Line service suspended temporarily due to a CSX freight train incident between St. Denis and Dorsey stations. A better choice for travel this morning might be the Penn Line for travel between Baltimore and Washington. And we've got 2 delays on the Penn Line this morning, 511 train and 409, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains look good for travel on the Penn and Brunswick lines of MARC train. Out there on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service from end to end, no delays or problems. Metro Subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Friday commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Break into a new career field and get paid to do it. In our 8 o'clock hour, we'll tell you about the program that can guide you into a new career in the Baltimore arts.
And Boo by day, Fright by night. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark shows us around the Fright Fest and Kids Boo Fest, all happening at Six Flags. But before you head out to the Scare Fest, wake up and be on your toes with the coffee break.
Beyond the podium, a federal judge says former President Trump knowingly signed false documents relating to voter fraud. The judge ordering former President Trump's attorney, John Eastman's email, to be released to the January 6th committee. The emails reportedly show Trump knew claims of voter fraud were wrong, but he continued to say the election was stolen by a large number of fraudulent votes. The allegations were reportedly part of a petition that Trump's legal team filed in Georgia.
Former Vice President Mike Pence says he may not support Trump if he runs in the next presidential election.
Mr. Pence, if Donald Trump is the Republican nominee for president in 2024, will you vote for him?
Well, there might be somebody else I'd prefer more.
Oh, Pence maybe even hinting at a potential run for president, which could pit him against the former president. Trump and some of his supporters criticized Pence for certifying President Biden's victory in 2020. Pence maintains he had no right to overturn that election.
The question of whether to allow forced labor in prisons will be on the ballot in 5 states this November. Voters in Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont will decide on a state constitutional amendment prohibiting slavery and involuntary servitude. The effort is part of a national push to amend the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, banning slavery except as a form of criminal punishment. Nearly 20 states have constitutions that allow for prison labor. Colorado, Nebraska, and Utah have already removed the exception from their constitutions. Voters in Oregon will also consider a ballot question that can lead to the state shrinking literally.
Genevieve Reume from our Sinclair sister station in Portland reports on the effort to cut Oregon in half and hand it over to Idaho.
It's no secret Oregon's politically divided. Just look at the results from the 2020 presidential election. The most populous part, right around Portland, regularly blue. The rural areas, red. Now there's a movement gaining momentum to redraw the state lines to better match political views.
We think that a solution to this longstanding urban-rural divide would be if we simply move the border and got state-level governance for Eastern Oregonians from the state of Idaho, which matches their culture, their values, their politics, their economics, much better than Western Oregon does.
But you're not asking just to move the border a smidge. I mean, this would take over more than 50% of the state.
Yeah, what we're proposing is moving the border to where the actual cultural divide is.
Here's what it would look like. Nearly everything east of the Cascades, minus Bend, joins the Gem State. 9 counties have already voted in favor of furthering secession talks. Wheeler and Morrow counties will decide whether or not they too want to hop on board in November. The proposal originally included the southern part of the state, but in May, Josephine and Douglas counties voted against furthering the discussion on division.
Well, early voting begins next Thursday right here in Maryland. If you'd like to check up on the races that you'll be deciding on, just take your phone right there, pointing at the QR code you see on your screen. It will take you to our website for the FOX45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus important dates to mark on your calendar.
An MTA driver shot and killed in South Baltimore. The new details police are revealing about the investigation and a possible motive.
Baltimore's Safe Streets program is going through some major changes, but there's many unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the lack of transparency from city leaders.
Well, the cold temps continue at least for the rest of the morning, but we've got good news in terms of warmer numbers on the way. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, coming up on 7 o'clock on this Friday, October 21st, a lot of Baltimore County kids, yeah, they get to sleep in today, Friday and Monday, no school.
Oh my gosh, they're lucky. No. Maybe we can do that next Friday if we have a win this weekend.
A win this weekend, then what, we just take off Friday?
Yeah, we'll just check in with you guys on Monday.
All right, well, there we go. All right, let's do this. So it's all relying on the Ravens win Sunday afternoon, Justin, to find out exactly if we're going to be working, because Taylor called it.
All right.
You heard it here.
She's the new girl, so she can do whatever she wants.
Oh, yeah, I'm just making some changes around here.
I like that.
That's right.
Yep.
I like that. Yeah, definitely. Temperatures are still cold, as I mentioned, guys, this morning. But overall, we've got some nice sunshine on the way and less wind for later this afternoon as we take a beautiful shot here from our Morning Glow camera. The sun coming up about 20 or 25 minutes from right now. But it will be a sunny day today and, again, less wind to deal with. Still 30s for Bel Air and Joppatown. That's why we have frost advisories through the next couple of hours. 39 in Towson, 40 in Woodlawn, 37 in Brooklyn Park. So sunny and warmer conditions for the afternoon, even warmer numbers on the way for the weekend. As you get out for your morning drive or head to school, numbers in the 30s and 40s. Definitely need the heaters and the bun warmers if you got them. We'll take a closer look at that forecast for you coming up in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look at your traffic report here, and we have an issue to talk about first. The MARC train from Baltimore to D.C., you may need to find another way to get there because you can see the MARC Camden line to Washington has been canceled because of a crash, a train and a vehicle. We understand CSX train has hit a car at the Dorsey train station. Now, all the MARC trains leaving now through 10 this morning have been canceled. We'll let you know as soon as we get an update on this. Now to some continuing coverage this morning, more questions than answers after a city council investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program.
Now, we've been digging into this program for months now, asking for more transparency from city leaders.
Yeah, last night, City Council had the chance to bring more transparencies about Safe Streets up, but they didn't.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning. She's got more on the possible missed opportunity from your elected leaders. Olivia.
Good morning, and yeah, that's right. After yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there are absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. And last month, you may remember, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will fall now on just 2 groups, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
When the news of the restructuring first broke, City Council President Nick Mosby said he was never briefed on the plans. And at the hearing, other City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark, too. Take a listen.
The council didn't find out until it was released to the public in end of September. Why is that?
These were the beginning discussions of what was going to be an evolving ecosystem. There were not defined transition partners.
Was not communicated to the council until we saw a press release comes out. That's the problem. Nothing else is relevant here.
And restructuring is underway, but questions still remain about the 2 new contracts and if Safe Streets is actually effective. We'll keep pressing for those answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:02 now, and Fox 45 News has been pressing Monsi for transparency about the Safe Streets program for months now, but our questions have gone ignored. Fox 45's Maxine Stryker brought those concerns right to the director, Shantae Jackson.
I believe that Monsi is as transparent with its partners as we are with the community. Quite frankly, I pride myself on my transparency and on my honesty with Baltimore.
We have sent you a lot of requests to sit down for an interview and a lot of questions over the past year. I mean, and we've either not gotten a response or you haven't wanted to do so. So what is your response to that when it comes to touting transparency?
I think that the first thing that I would say is that accurate reporting is something that's very important to me and something that I believe that Baltimore City deserves. And so when we are ready to have conversations that are rooted in accuracy and honesty and appropriate levels of information, then I'll be ready to sit down.
Fox 45 News has sent dozens of questions to the mayor's office, city council, and Monsi about the Safe Streets program as part of our own investigation. These include: who are the current employees? What does their training look like? What, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations that run these locations? And how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on the Safe Streets operations? Now, those questions have not yet been answered.
Well, Director Shantae Jackson, you just heard, also claims while the state legislature allocates $3.6 million for Safe Streets each year, the state only provided that program with $3 million this year. She says the state shorted them $600,000, and she's working with lawmakers to get the money. Well, Fox 45 News reached out to the governor's office for comment, who said the state denied that $600,000 because the application included expenses that are not in the statute. Well, the statement goes on to read that Monsi has made no attempt to reach out to the Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services to fix the situation. You can find that full statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Which brings us to our question of the day. Do you think taxpayer dollars should be spent on the Safe Streets program to fight crime? So far, 99% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from everybody, though, so head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Some big questions this morning about exonerations coming from the city state's attorney's office.
That's right. It comes just over a week after City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby dropped all charges against Anad Syed, who was convicted of killing Heyman Lee back in 2000.
Now, earlier this week, a federal judge found a man who was exonerated in 2018 used fabricated evidence to win his freedom. Now, the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking for an investigation into misconduct from the city state's attorney's office. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with concerns that some criminals could now be walking free. Shannon?
Yeah, that's certainly the concern, Tom. And those new calls for an investigation are aimed at ensuring that those who are declared innocent are truly innocent. In fact, a video produced by the state's attorney's office features many of the 13 men who prosecutors have exonerated in the past 7 years. But not everyone is convinced.
My name is Lamar Johnson. I spent 14 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Spent 20 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
My name is Jerome Johnson. I did 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
That last man that you just saw there, Jerome Johnson, sparking calls for this investigation after a federal judge questioned the evidence that he filed in a civil suit. The judge ruled at least 2 affidavits in Johnson's case were fabricated. One of them was used to gain his freedom. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit for possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement.
Marilyn Mosby's office is motivated to exonerate people, not to keep them in prison. And in these cases, at least 2 of them were guilty of sin. And the fact that they got out suggests there's something amiss in the state's attorney's office.
Now, we have reached out to the state's attorney's office for comment on these concerns. So far, they have not responded. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, this is far from the first concern raised about the city state's attorney's office. There have also been concerns about light sentences. In July, the Maryland Public Policy Institute releasing a report that shows most homicide suspects in Baltimore City should already have been behind bars. Of the 110 homicide suspects that they looked at, they found nearly 80% of them had been convicted of crimes that should have kept them in prison beyond the date that they were freed. Now, back in June, a judge releasing an opinion slamming Mosby's office, saying that staffing problems there led to, quote, egregious failures in a case against 26 correctional officers. Fox 45 News found the office is dozens of prosecutors short. The city's likely next state's attorney, Ivan Bates, says rebuilding the state's attorney's office is a top priority.
Happy Purple Friday. You're looking live at M&T Bank Stadium in downtown Baltimore. All lit up there with some purple. We'll be hosting the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. Hopefully we're closing this win out. And it's going to be a special day because former players who led the team to their Super Bowl win in 2013 will be in Baltimore. This is part of their 10-year reunion.
10 years already.
Wow.
And a day after being limited with a hip injury, Lamar Jackson listed as full participant. It's Ronnie Stanley, Mark Andrews, J.K. Dobbins, and Pat Ricard. Did not practice for a second straight day. All 3 guys dealing with knee injuries. Neither did Marcus Peters, who has an issue with his quad.
Now, we know the Purple Pride is strong this morning, so check this out. Monica sent us this picture of her Ravens makeup. Win or lose, it looks like Monica is a full-on Raven fan. She's really going strong there. Wow. Half the face. Why not just go for the whole thing?
More dramatic, right?
Right? Go for it.
Maybe she was only halfway done and she's doing the Ravens on this side and Cleveland on that side.
Oh.
Yeah, see?
Oh.
You know, 2 camps. Sometimes you see that at games lots of times.
Absolutely.
Couples are sitting there next to each other. I mean, my wife is well, I don't want to say it out loud. But
my wife's a Commanders fan.
And
Commanders fan.
Yeah.
And so you guys have different teams you're supporting, or?
Yes. Yeah.
And how does that fare out?
Well, we used to do it when we were in Dallas. Whoever won in the preseason, we had to go to that game that year. I ended up seeing a lot of Steelers games.
Did you really?
And I'm not a Steelers fan.
Yeah.
So I had to paint my face in Steelers.
But your team's undefeated, so.
Yeah, I'm an Eagles fan. That's not anything
That's fine.
right around here.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
Eagles,
Yeah.
they are undefeated right now.
Yeah.
But I like watching the Ravens.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
and look, they're
Eagles
3-3. They've got another division game. Yeah. All of their losses have come in the fourth quarter, which is crazy. It's like you win, you lose, you win, you lose. So they just got to get a couple of wins and stack them together because, you know, the season is still young. I know we're like in week 7, but
what is it that changes in the third quarter?
I don't know.
Is it the play calling? Like, what is it? Are they just out of shape? And they get tired?
Maybe.
Because it's about that line, and the line are pretty good, but then all of a sudden, something changed in the third
figure out
quarter.
what happens. But either way, we'll see what happens on Sunday. Should be good weather, temperatures in the 60s, maybe a couple of sprinkles here and there, which we'll talk about more in our forecast.
All right.
Good.
60s. I like that. It's
That's
not
coming
bad
up in a little bit. Yeah.
For football. All right. We want to make sure we're seeing your Purple Pride this Friday. Go ahead, scan that QR code at the bottom of your screen. It'll take you straight to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by StackLab.
7:10 and Fox 45 is live at Six Flags of America this morning for what's being called the best Halloween event of the season.
That's a high call right there. But Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Bowie with what's coming up in So Baltimore. Oh.
That's right, guys. It's Fright Fest at Six Flags. There's something for everyone. You never know what's lurking in the fog. So again, this morning we'll tell you about everything that's going on, the ghouls, the goblins, the fog, the mystery. It's all here at Six Flags this morning.
Watch that fog.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. An M&T driver shot and killed in South Baltimore. The possible motive investigators are revealing this morning.
Misplaced flash drives during the primary elections in Baltimore triggering a council hearing. How election officials are hoping to secure the upcoming general elections. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, making your headlines this Friday morning. MTA driver killed in Southwest Baltimore shooting has been identified as 40-year-old Elaine Jackson.
Yeah, that's right. She was shot on Tuesday evening at a bus depot. MTA says the area is not where passengers typically come and go, rather where buses are stored and workers report for their routes. The entrance gate is also gated, but homicide detectives say her death is now part of a domestic dispute investigation. So far, police have not named a suspect. The mayor sharing his condolences.
It is an unspeakable tragedy, and BPD is currently working out leads.
Statement from MTA describes Jackson as warm and caring. They thank Jackson for her commitment to the department, offering their condolences to her family.
A federal judge has postponed the trial of Governor Larry Hogan's former chief of staff. Baltimore Sun reporting that lawyers for Roy McGrath asked for the postponement because federal prosecutors had handed more than 8,000 pages of evidence in recent weeks. Well, McGrath briefly served as Hogan's top advisor before resigning after a report detailed severance payments that he received from the government-owned nonprofit Maryland Environmental Service. McGrath faces an 8-count federal indictment. Charges include wire fraud. Now, the trial had been scheduled to begin next week.
Changes are coming to Artscape next year after a scheduling problem. The 2023 festival will run from September 20th to the 24th next year. This is 1 week after Rosh Hashanah. The two were originally scheduled to overlap, leading to backlash from the community. Next year's Artscape will be expanding its footprint into North Station. The exhibit will feature contemporary artists, including some from Baltimore.
It truly is a crossroads of the city, and to bring the city's most premier festival here is so important. So it's so heartwarming, and I think together we're going to make it something really extraordinary.
And opportunities to see some incredible art and photography. But we'll check in with weather for now because I know it's cold outside. Justin, please tell me that we're going to see some warmer temperatures.
Yeah, we are. We're going to warm up as we get later into the afternoon today and also into the weekend. Looking out right now from our Inner Harbor sky cam. Taxi! There we go. Water taxi right across the water there. Beautiful conditions. Calm this morning. It's still cold. Numbers at 38 degrees officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of. And that's going to be the key today is the fact that we'll have a lot less wind. We still have frost advisories. They'll go through 9 o'clock this morning. All of the areas there in light blue, which is basically all of us here in our viewing area. As you rise and shine with us, enjoy some coffee and breakfast over the next couple of hours. Lower 40s in the 8 a.m. hour with 47 by 9 and into the 50s by 10 o'clock. That sun, once it comes up, will be up until only 6:19 tonight. The average this time of year is 67, so low to mid and upper 60s across central Maryland for our high temps today. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those 60s going for New York and Philly, down to Baltimore and D.C., even 63 in Ocean City for today. Taking a look at our temperature tracker, notice our numbers near or above average for the next 6 or 7 days. We've got some nice numbers on the way. We'll slide close to 70 tomorrow, and then we'll get some more of those lower 70s through the middle part of next week. But overall, not too bad, and a great day to fly pilots. I know it was bummed out yesterday, couldn't fly with my buddy Randy down there in Annapolis, but we had too much of that crosswind component. VFR all day is what we're talking about. Visual flight rules all day with not much wind to speak of as well. We've got some foggy conditions out there right now for some of us, especially in some of the northern parts of our viewing area. But our future scan is looking good right now. Nothing to get in our way. No rain showers at this time for today or tomorrow. Now, Sunday is a little different. That's when we'll bring in some more of that cloud cover, and some of the models want to bring a few light showers, especially areas 95 and east. So eastern shore along the Baltimore region, really western parts of Maryland won't see much in the way of rain. And even those who do get rain, it's not going to be a lot by the time we get into the afternoon. 10 days out until Halloween. We're just 3 weeks away from Veterans Day, Turkey Day, Thanksgiving coming up in 34 days from right now on our holiday countdown. Sayer and Chloe celebrating Halloween with dressed up as Ravens fans, and also for Purple Friday. Tina Barker, thank you so much for sending that picture in. Great shot as well. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email, and we'll get those Halloween pet pics on for the next 10 days. Well, not Saturday and Sunday, but next week we'll do more of them. All right, so here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Notice we do stay mainly dry. Again, a few showers possible Sunday. Really, our next chance for rain comes next Thursday, but checking those numbers, looking very nice and definitely above average for the final full week of October. All right, Tom, what are you tracking on the roads right now?
Tracking wide open roads, though, Justin, here for your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. But taking a look at our smartboard, you can see the fog you were talking about on the Eastern Shore. Look at those headlights coming out. This is along the Eastern Shore, right near, we were talking about Chesapeake City. But take a look at this other one. Let me see if I can pull this camera up from the James Hayden Bridge. It's a little eerie when you're driving into, look at that one. Yeah, how would you like to drive across that bridge this morning? It's the fog that's right around the waterways here. That's the only issues. No accidents to report out on the roads. We just have that one CSX and also our car collision, though, that's stopping the Camden lines at least until 10 this morning. We're following that up for you, too.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Baltimore has a unique opportunity for entrepreneurs to grow. Mayor Scott announcing the city is partnering with GoDaddy and Impact Hub Baltimore to provide business owners the support they need to survive and thrive. We have a link at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks if you'd like to learn more on how to build and grow your business. All right, now it's time for our job of the day. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. Today's job is from Ulta in Baltimore. They're looking for a merchandise and service coordinator. And if you or your employer is looking for someone to fill that job, just let us know. Send us your information to foxbaltimore.com.
Despite new incentives to hire police officers in Baltimore City, it appears efforts are not reaching fruition. Just how many officers have left the force in recent weeks?
Six Flags has pulled out all the stops when it comes to spookiness. Fright Fest in effect. We're going to see a little bit of the show coming up next. Stick around.
And if you missed this in our 7 o'clock hour, today is your day to win that Seinfeld prize pack. Be sure to get on the phone this morning for your cue to call in. It's the final day for that grand prize to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore.
Well, he went from visiting places with some great food to visiting scary places. It's so Baltimore, you can take a trip to Six Flags America for the best Halloween event of the season. Fright Fest returns with thrills by day and the scariest frights by night. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark walking out of the fog in Bowie, and you had some more. Yeah, that was. Wait, what's going on behind you? Is that thing one trapped in a cage?
We are rocking.
Yeah.
That's right. We were rocking this morning. I'm telling you, Fright Fest is going on. Eric is in charge of this craziness. So, Eric, I mean, you got a lot going on. We got dancers, we got fog, we got fright. What's going on?
Let me tell you, man, the region's best Halloween event is bigger and better than ever this year. You've got talent from shows to haunted attractions, rides and attraction. We have fire here happening every single night. And you know what? There's still 8 awesome nights ahead of us, including tonight, where guests can come out and enjoy all the frights of the night and also enjoy the great family fun we have going on during the day.
Eric, I'm telling you, it's a lot. And again, I love the fact that it's something for everybody. Grandpa has something, the kids have something, Dad. I mean, you can come out and make great memories with the whole family.
You couldn't have said it better myself. You know, during the day, we've got the Boo Fest going on here at Six Flags America. It's our second year where we've got hay rides, pumpkin painting, 3 live shows going on, including the awesome magical show by our own performer, Aaron Raditz.
Wow.
We've got dance parties, costume contests. You can even roast a marshmallow on an open fire during the day and then have a great s'more with your family.
I'm telling you, where else can you get fire in the morning? We got fire, we got dancers.
He's just going to boogie it out. And let me tell you,
there's a lot going on down here. I'm fired up. I'm fired up, Eric.
I love it, man. Yeah. And you know what? At night, it just comes alive. The show just immerses itself in lights and action. And, you know, it's just great to be part of. Seeing it on camera is one thing, but being here and living in the moment is completely different.
We've lost control. We've lost control this morning, Tom, so please calm us down.
Mark Clark hanging out, flash dancing right there, too. Not bad at all, man. Jump right in there like it was no big deal. Love it. All right, if you'd like some more information about how you can hang out with Mark and see what's going on, the Fright Fest there at Six Flags, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And we want to see your decorations and your costumes as we count down to Halloween, 10 days. You can also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage. Send us in your photos and videos. You might be able to see them eventually on air and online. Just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
A wanted drug kingpin leads police on a high-speed chase through Baltimore County. Why police had to call off the chase and where the investigation stands.
We're just weeks away from the general election and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why Baltimore police officers are now involved in the process. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good Friday morning to you on this October 21st. We're knocking some things over here like coffee and tripping over things. We're a little clumsy today.
Yeah, well, you know, it's Friday. We're heading into the weekend. We've got a Seinfeld cup right here with 4 names in it right now. We're going to get a 5th name in here, and then that person that wins the prize pack, they will get 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld here. That's coming up a little bit later.
Yeah,
this
that's
morning.
exciting.
Hopefully we won't drop this one because this one's glass, so we'll just stop touching
We'll just
it.
keep that over there. Yep.
All right. Now we want to go over to Justin Chambers to find out exactly what the weekend forecast looks like.
What's that? Do you want to talk to me? Oh, hold on. I got to do the forecast. Sorry. It was a very busy phone call I had to take right there. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on the outside for your morning, whether you're on the roads or you're just looking outside right now with a beautiful shot from our Toyota HD radar and our HD camera right there. Everything looking nice and clear. The radar pretty quiet and pretty bored. 29 your number in Cumberland right now, 37 in Hagerstown, 37 as well in Westminster, 39 currently in Bel Air. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. We just did our 7:30 stretch here in studio. We'll keep those numbers in the 40s over the next couple of hours, and we're going to warm up nicely. 66 today, 70 tomorrow, back to the mid-60s on Sunday, even though we do have a few showers to get through, especially just in time for the Ravens game on your Purple Friday. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. We have a traffic alert for you this morning. If you're taking the MARC train from Baltimore to D.C., you may need to find a different way because the MARC Camden line to Washington has been canceled because of a crash. CSX train into a car, and that's right at the Dorsey train station. All the MARC trains leaving now through 10 o'clock this morning have been canceled so far. We'll let you know as soon as we get any updates on this.
In a city in crisis, in less than 2 weeks, the city's murder rate moved from slowing to accelerating.
Yeah, October 10th, there were fewer murders than at that same point last year. Since then, though, 14 people have been killed, surging the city well ahead of last year's pace. There have been 274 murders so far this year.
Back in August, the city police department rolled out a number of new incentives to help retain and recruit new officers, but so far, we've learned we've lost officers since then.
Yeah, and Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with the concerning numbers and what experts are saying about them. Shannon?
Well, Tom, since August, the department's officer vacancies have actually worsened from 392 openings to 420. So, of course, when these new incentives were rolled out in the summer, many were hopeful that the boost in pay would lead to a much-needed boost in staffing. In fact, you'll remember, among other incentives, officers were offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $60K starting salary, but the money has yet to make a difference. Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers, though, says he isn't predicting a turnaround anytime soon.
Then you have to put people through the process, the vetting process, to get them into an academy class, to get them onto the street. So unfortunately, the fact that we're down police officers, the fact that some police officers are still retiring or still leaving the police department is going to be problematic, probably at least into the next year, to 2023, maybe into the fall of 2023.
Now, the number of applicants do suggest more officers are on the way, but they still need to get through training, Tom and Taylor, which could take months.
Shannon, we're hearing from anyone, are we hearing from anyone, rather, in the police department? Are they saying anything about this issue?
Yeah, they are. So we are also hearing from the City Police Union, which is claiming that the city and BPD have done very little when it comes to recruiting and nothing when it comes to attrition. But take a look at this response that we did get from the police department right here. They are saying that recruitment and retention are down throughout the entire country and, quote, we are focusing our efforts on recruiting the best quality persons who really want to join the department and have the right temperament. Then they go on to say, currently we have 175 candidates in the background investigation stage and 67 recruits in the police academy. So hopefully that will help. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Baltimore City police officers have another item that's put on their plate, Election Day.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live from City Hall with a new plan to prevent any problems on Election Day. Good morning, Olivia.
Well, good morning, Taylor. And during the primary election, flash drives with votes were misplaced. So now for the general election, Baltimore police officers are stepping in to help. Now, those missing flash drives for the 12 precincts were eventually found, and the election results weren't impacted. But Armstead Jones, who's the director of the Board of Elections, blames a shortage of election judges. So now for the upcoming election, Baltimore police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives.
We found that going back to that may be the answer so that we don't have the problem we had in the primary by having the judges do it and some of them forgetting them or closing them up in the scanner, those kind of issues, or putting them in the wrong place.
The city will pay the officers to transport the flash drives with voting results from each precinct to the city election offices. And Jones says the Board of Elections has used police officers for this role before. And as a reminder, Election Day is on November 8th, so it is right around the corner. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Federal agents are joining the search for a fugitive wanted in a drug trafficking ring.
They say that ring terrorized a Baltimore neighborhood for years. Our Alexa Ashwell has this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Vincent Davis is one of more than 24 defendants listed in a federal drug trafficking indictment. It's from 2020, and he's been on the run ever since.
Penn North, a neighborhood here in West Baltimore that's known to be plagued by drugs.
Clean up this neighborhood. Get rid of the drugs.
In an attempt to do just that, back in 2020, federal and local authorities announced a takedown of a drug trafficking ring.
Ultimately, they recovered enough fentanyl to kill dozens of people.
29 alleged Penn North drug dealers accused of pumping fentanyl, crack, and powder cocaine using the name Dirty Sprite into the community. In the lineup, 42-year-old Vincent Davis.
He's accused of participating in a large-scale drug trafficking organization.
Al Maresca is a deputy marshal with the U.S. Marshal Service. He says Davis was taken into custody, but due to the pandemic, released and placed on home confinement.
Due to the COVID pandemic, he was released on electronic monitoring. That worked out for a little less than a month before he decided to remove his monitoring device.
Investigators say Davis took off his ankle monitor, and despite promises to family and friends to turn himself in, remains on the run. Now, the U.S. Marshal Service has joined in on the search.
Apparently, they got into a verbal altercation, and he decided to leave the residence. According to local family members, he said he was going to turn himself into the feds, but ultimately he decided he's decided against that.
Investigators believe Davis is likely receiving help from family and friends, as well as continuing his dealing ways as a means to survive.
He's going to continue to participate in this illegitimate underground economy.
The true victims, investigators say, the people who call this community home.
But I hope that one day that this area will be cleaned up.
As well as the ones touched by this poison being peddled throughout the city and beyond.
This fentanyl could reach a neighborhood near you.
Take a good look. Davis stands at about 5'6" and weighs approximately 135 pounds. Investigators do believe he's still in the Baltimore region, specifically possibly West Baltimore. If you have any information into his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact Maresca directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Well, new video and audio this morning, Uvalde's school mass shooting. What they reveal about police response as a shooter just massacred teachers and students.
And if you're not getting enough sleep, you may be putting your health in danger. How much sleep you should get each and every night, according to a new study.
We're off to another frigid start this morning, but things are warming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have your weekend weather and how it's all shaping up for you. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
From the Live Center this morning, damning new video and audio from the Uvalde school shooting. Now, in it, you can hear the Texas State Police captain ordering law enforcement to stand down just as they're prepared to enter classrooms where the shooter and dying students were located. 19 children and 2 teachers were killed back in May. This is the body camera video that was obtained by CNN. It reveals the chaos on the ground as more than an hour passed before cops even entered that room. Take a listen to this exchange between a Border Patrol medic and a law enforcement officer.
No, we hadn't heard that. No, we're in the fours, right? This is building 4.
Anybody hurt?
No, not here. No, sir.
Yes, there are.
Here?
Yeah. EMS in there already? No, sir. We have a shooter in there.
Yeah.
He's in here.
He's in here. Yeah.
I'm just gonna stand right here. Be ready. The last contact. Hey, hold on. Last contact we had was one of our school PD officers. His wife is a teacher. She called him saying she's dying.
Nearly 400 law enforcement officers responded to that scene back on May 24th. One of them was Texas DPS Captain Joel Benecourt. Now, an internal memo says he told officers to stay away from the school and remain on the perimeter during that initial response. This is teams prepared to breach the room 70 minutes into the shooting. He's heard on radios giving this order.
Hey, this is DPS Captain Benecourt. The team that's going to make breach needs to stand by. The team that's going to breach needs to stand by.
Now, that order over the radio contradicts the initial narrative that the state police were never in command of this scene and never issued any substantive orders. Captain Benecourt was one of the 91 DPS officers on that scene that day and is now one of 7 officers referred to for an additional investigation. He's not responded to this report. Tom?
Thank you, Taylor. A Baltimore icon closing its doors for good, but you could keep Bertha's alive by buying it. Starting bid to win over that pub. How much sleep do you really need every night? We have a live discussion with medical expert next as a new study reveals how long you should be sleeping to protect your health. 7:43 is the time now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (7:46), a new study suggests getting less than 5 hours a night of sleep increases your chances of major health risks compared to cohorts who sleep 7 hours. In fact, joining us now, head of sleep medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Emerson Wickwire. Dr. Wickwire, you have a 25-year study that we were just talking about, focused on 50-year-olds and up, though, and the amount of sleep per night. 5 hours was a major, I guess, threshold, though. If you got more than 5 hours, you were a little bit better. But if you got less than that, multiple chronic diseases associated with that amount of sleep.
What we know is that sleep is vital for a healthy body and a healthy mind. And what this study does is really build upon decades of research demonstrating that not getting enough sleep is associated with bad things happening in your body.
Yeah, but we also, it seems like we always tell children that. We're saying, you know, you need to get more sleep, you need to get more sleep. But when we get to be adults, like this study suggests, 50, 60, and 70-year-olds, those age groups, that's when it's really impacted here. Does that also apply to younger ages?
It does apply to younger ages. Absolutely. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine and other leading organizations have published guidelines regarding how much sleep we need at different ages across the lifespan. And adults, really from the age of 18 and older, require 7 or more hours of sleep per night. What's interesting, Tom, about this particular study is that not getting enough sleep, particularly at age 50, was predictive of what we call multimorbidity, which means that you're likely to have 2 or more chronic diseases, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, mental health conditions such as depression, and so forth. But as you age, the effects of having too much sleep also become evident. And what we think is that in younger ages, not getting enough sleep is predictive of bad things happening. At older ages, that still holds true, but now we also have a subset of people who are already sick, and therefore sleeping too much is a marker of that disease.
Yeah, it's almost like if you create bad sleep habits at a young age, exponentially, you're going to hurt your health later on in life.
That's exactly right. And there are only 3 ways to get more sleep. You can go to sleep earlier, you can sleep in later, or you can nap. And naps are not a long-term strategy. Okay. So what we need to do is think for our viewers and for our patients about allocating enough time for sleep. If you're not planning on spending 7 to 8 hours in bed, there's no chance that you can obtain between 7 and 8 hours of sleep.
Emerson Wickwire, doctor, thank you very much. We appreciate your expertise here and make sure everyone just needs to get those 7 to 8 hours sleep. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
And you know who could use some more sleep right now? Our very own sports anchor, Morgan Adsit. Morgan and her husband, Jeff, are proud new parents. Take a look at this cutie right here. It's baby Hudson. He came into the world early Monday morning, weighing 7 pounds and 15 ounces. Oh, next to the dog. It's so cute.
Oh, yeah, I know. And we haven't been able to see Morgan around here. So, that, you know, the pictures with the dog, the little boy and the dog right there, you know, they're going to be friends here for hopefully over the next few years, right? He'll be growing up a little bit with the baby.
Yeah, that's nice.
I like that. That's a good shot. And definitely, you know, it kind of warms your heart. Maybe, and you want to have the baby all kind of, you know, warmed up and nice and in swaddling clothes, if you will, because it is nice and chilly or even cold still this morning. But we do have some good news on the way in terms of our temperatures. They're going back up as we look out over the stadiums here this morning. Morgan always reporting on all of the great events here that we have in Baltimore. Great sports town, of course. Here's a look at our HD radar. We are nice and dry right now. Not a lot happening on the East Coast. Not only for us here at home, but across the East Coast, we're staying very dry at this time. As the kiddos get out to school, maybe they have the day off today. I heard that some Baltimore County kids and some Carroll County kids not going to school. 38 here this hour, 60 by noon, and into the mid-60s, into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a mild afternoon. Maybe a frost delay if you're out playing some golf on our forecast, but 60 by noon, and we'll be in those low to mid-60s later this afternoon for sure, and should be a great day for any outdoor activities you have planned. 67 typically where we are this time of year. We'll be in the low to mid-60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. 63 Perry Hall and White Marsh. Mid-60s for you in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also keeping temperatures in the mid-60s for Ellicott City and Elkridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena. 64 in Annapolis for this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties also seeing some low to mid-60s. 60s for your highs later today. Now, taking a look at your fall colors, and we know we've seen some really nice changing colors. We love getting all those great pictures of the fall foliage. We are already past peak there in Western Maryland. Allegheny and Garrett counties looking good, but Central Maryland getting close to peak. So we definitely are seeing some good leaves out there. And your rake cast, if you do need to get some of the raking done, Friday and Saturday, you're good to go. Notice I have a yellow light on Sunday because we are tracking at least some rain. So that's going to be our only change here. Next couple of days stay dry and warm, both Friday and Saturday looking good. More cloud cover on Sunday, a little cooler. This coastal low coming in, bringing the potential at least for a couple of pop-up showers. The latest model run keeping the rain away during the Ravens game, but I would just go ahead and have that rain gear handy if you are heading out to the game or tailgating on Sunday. Shout out to Carolyn B. That is Winston, the spokes dog for Mason's Lobster Rolls. I didn't even know that they started in Annapolis. But either way, Carolyn, thank you for that shot. And Winston looking good, all dressed up for Halloween. Of course, he's a spokes dog, so Winston's always working. Thanks, Carolyn. And we could always love, I would love to get your pet picks for Halloween. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. There we go. Purple Friday today. Ravens Sunday looking good. Mid-60s, as I mentioned, with the potential of a couple of pop-up showers. And then lower 70s into the first part of next week.
The first oversight hearing on Safe Streets ends with a little clarity on how your tax dollars are being spent. Fox 45 News continues the push for more transparency.
But first, you can own a piece of history in Fells Point. How much money, though, you'll need to pull together to own a Baltimore icon.
But before you run out the door and buy your restaurant cup, you may want to stop.
Yeah, stop, relax, enjoy a coffee break, then call your financial planner or at least your spouse.
Yeah. You got to do that. Trending this morning, after 50 years in business, Bertha's Pub in Fells Point will be auctioned off next month.
Yeah, known for its Eat Bertha's mussels, you know, those green and white bumper stickers you see everywhere. Corner Bar has been a mainstay of Baltimore's best of list now for decades. The Norris family, which has owned that restaurant since it opened, plans to keep it up through the end of the year before they retire. Neighbors say they're sad to hear about the change, though.
We love Bertha's and we're going to miss it so much. It's the best place. It's sad. It's going to be very missed in the area.
Well, owners say they're proud of the way the pub has evolved into a beloved part of the community. The opening bid is set at $750,000. Wrongfully convicted people set free, but were those cases properly vetted? One Maryland group fighting for victims' rights files a challenge.
Baltimore's Safe Streets program is going through some major changes, but there's many unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the lack of transparency from city leaders. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good Friday morning to you. It is coming up on 8 o'clock here, October 21st. And it's kind of cold out there, but we're looking for a better weekend ahead, hopefully. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and Megan Gillen is off today. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers, though. He's taking a look at the forecast, especially we're heading into a purple Friday, which leads to the Sunday.
Of course, yeah, the big game coming up at home, M&T Bank Stadium Sunday afternoon, guys. And overall, our numbers are not going to be looking bad for that day. And overall, today also looking quite a bit better. We have lots of sunshine out there right now. Oriole Park there at Camden Yards, also M&T Bank Stadium lit up nicely with mainly sunny skies. 37 Westminster, 39 in Bel Air. We're at 34 in Cockeysville and 36 in Baltimore City. So after a frosty morning, we will have a sunny and warmer afternoon and then even warmer numbers just in time for the weekend. Out and about cast, those numbers will keep rising. 54 by 11 a.m., already to 60. Good day for lunch outdoors with mid-60s for our highs, at least in Baltimore City, Columbia, down through Laurel today. Little cooler Westminster and Bel Air, but overall 60s will definitely be nice considering we had 50s earlier this week. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast and the potential for a few rain showers as well coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens-Stoller traffic network. 695 looking more like a parking lot. You see an ambulance going by right there. You can see the accident. There's two vehicles involved to the left. It's right through the trees there around that curve, and that's what's causing the blockage that goes all the way back 695 and then down 97. So if you're on the inner loop, it's a longer commute than if you are on the outer loop here right before 295 and 695. We also have another traffic alert for you this morning. If you're taking the MARC train from Baltimore to D.C., you may need to find a different way to get there because the MARC Canada line to Washington has been canceled because of a crash. And we understand a CSX train has hit a vehicle right at the Dorsey train station. You're looking at some footage that we had earlier, shot earlier this morning, though, when it happened. But they are blocked off. MARC train is not going to D.C. through at least 10 o'clock this morning. They've all been canceled. We'll let you know as soon as we get any more updates, though. Well, 8:02 now and continuing coverage this morning. More questions than answers after a city council investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program.
Yeah, we've been digging into Baltimore City's Safe Streets program for months now, demanding more answers from city leaders about it.
Now, last night, the city council had the chance to bring more transparency to Safe Streets, but they chose not to.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. She's got more on the possible missed opportunity from your elected leaders. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. After yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there are absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. Last month, you may remember, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will now fall on just 2 groups, LifeBridge, Center for Hope, and Catholic Charities.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
When the news of the restructuring first broke, City Council President Nick Mosby said he was never briefed on the plans. And at the hearing, other City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark, too. Take a listen.
The council didn't find out until it was released to the public in end of September. Why is that?
These were the beginning discussions of what was going to be an evolving ecosystem. There were not defined transition partners.
Was not communicated to the council until we saw a press release comes out. That's the problem. Nothing else is relevant here.
And restructuring is underway, but 2 questions still remain about those contracts and also if Safe Streets is actually effective. We will continue to press for those answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been pressing Monsi for transparency about the Safe Streets program for months now, but our questions have gone ignored. Fox 45's Mackenzie Stryker brought those concerns right to Director Shantae Jackson.
I believe that Monsi is as transparent with its partners as we are with the community. Quite frankly, I pride myself on my transparency and on my honesty with Baltimore.
We have sent you a lot of requests to sit down for an interview and a lot of questions over the past year. I mean, and we've either not gotten a response or you haven't wanted to do so. So what is your response to that when it comes to touting transparency?
I think that the first thing that I would say is that accurate reporting is something that's very important to me and something that I believe that Baltimore City deserves. And so when we are ready to have conversations that are rooted in accuracy and honesty and appropriate levels of information, then I'll be ready to sit down.
Fox 45 News has sent dozens of questions to the mayor's office, city council, and Monsi about the Safe Streets program as part of our own investigation. These include who are the current employees, what does their training look like, and what, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations. We also asked, how does the public know the organizations are keeping tabs on Safe Streets operations? Those questions have not been answered. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think taxpayer dollars should be spent on safe streets to fight crime? So far, 99% of people who weighed in say no. Go ahead to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Some big questions for you, though, this morning about the exonerations coming from the city state's attorney's office.
That's right. It comes just over a week after City State Attorney Marilyn Mosby dropped all the charges against Nad Sayed, who was convicted of killing Heyman Lee back in 2000.
Now, earlier this week, a federal judge found a man who was exonerated in 2018 who used fabricated evidence to win his freedom. Now, the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking for an investigation into misconduct from the state's attorney's office. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with concerns that some criminals could now be out walking free. Shannon?
Yeah, that is certainly the concern, Tom. Those new calls for an investigation are aimed at ensuring that those who are declared innocent are truly innocent. In fact, a video produced by the state's attorney's office features many of the 13 men who prosecutors have exonerated in the past 7 years. But not everyone is convinced.
My name is Lamar Johnson. I spent 14 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Spent 20 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
My name is Jerome Johnson. I did 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
Yeah, that last man you just saw there, Jerome Johnson, sparking calls for this investigation after a federal judge questioned the evidence he filed in a civil suit. The judge ruled at least 2 affidavits in Johnson's case were fabricated. One of them was used to gain his freedom. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit for possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement.
Marilyn Mosby's office is motivated to exonerate people, not to keep them in prison. And in these cases, at least 2 of them were guilty of sin. And the fact that they got out suggests there's something amiss in the state's attorney's office.
Now, we did reach out to the state's attorney's office for comment on these concerns, and so far they have not responded. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Undocumented immigrants were not eligible for pandemic-related federal benefits or stimulus checks. How the city of Baltimore, though, is planning on using your tax dollars to pay for it all.
Your chance at seeing Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. Well, today is the last day. We're giving away a prize pack. Just wait for your cue to call in. It's coming up soon. Stick with us.
8:10 in this weekend Ravens game. That's right, Sunday afternoon. And what to expect weather-wise during the game is the big question. Meteorologist Amy Aronson's wearing her purple, and she's ready to tell us about the game.
Yeah, the game, the pumpkin patch, whatever fall activities you want to knock out this weekend. It's going to be good to start. We're dry, we're sunny today, tomorrow. Tomorrow's actually milder than the pick of the weekend for anything you want to do outside. By Sunday, we are tracking that chance for some late-day showers, I think, as the Ravens game is wrapping up. So if you want to get your pumpkin on Sunday, maybe do it earlier over later. And you can enjoy the pretty fall colors if you're going to be out and about doing any fall activities. If you want to see the most brilliant colors right now, you've got to travel north and west. Carroll County, they are included in that near peak color right now. Everybody else about reaching the midpoint. The most brilliant colors currently, Western Maryland. Now, coming up later this hour, we're not only going to talk about what to expect for this weekend, I've actually got to look at our winter weather outlook, and I'll let you know exactly what we're also looking ahead to for that. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Also, something else if you may be heading out for this weekend. If you're looking for a furry friend, look no further because you might just see them here in studio. In our 9 o'clock hour, we'll introduce you to our pet of the week.
Also, Six Flags, the Twisted Fairy Tales 3D experience. We'll tell you all about it coming up, among other things, right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
While undocumented or illegal immigrants were not eligible for pandemic-related federal unemployment benefits or stimulus checks, the city of Baltimore is using $4 million in federal funds to partially make up for it. Adam Andrzejewski joins us right now to explain what the money will cover. And the transparency, Adam, is another issue again. And of course, you are CEO of OpenTheBooks.com. So this is what you do. You look at the numbers and you go, okay, where's this money going and where's it coming from?
Well, $4 million from the American Rescue Act for illegal entrants to help them navigate the local benefit government benefits. I mean, it's an end run around the federal rules. So basically, the $4 million doesn't go to the undocumented immigrants. It actually goes to organizations that are going to help them navigate all the rules and applications for public benefits. So the American Rescue Act funds, they don't go for pandemic-related aid to undocumented immigrants. So these dollars are going to be used for the local organizations to help them apply for and receive government aid.
All right, so we're talking about Catholic Charities, CASA, Southeast CDC, though, and LEARS, which is Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services. Those are the ones that Mayor Brandon Scott said in his release are going to be getting the cash flow to help do this. When you hear about this, you're thinking, okay, we're just going to try and help out, as they've been referred to as new American families or immigrant and refugees. So it sounds like it's legitimate.
So, we've brought this up repeatedly week after week, that when the mayor partners with nonprofit organizations locally, we look them up in the Maryland State Charitable Solicitation Database, but we can't find CASA in the database. So yet again, this could be a practice where an organization is not in compliance with their registration, yet they're receiving partnership city taxpayer money for programs. And it begs the issue of whether or not the local organizations, the nonprofits that the mayor is actually partnering with, have the sustainability and the financial wherewithal to be able to account for taxpayer funds properly.
Yeah, these are just checks and balances because, I mean, what if an organization, like we talked about in the past for other issues, is just either non-compliant or even not existent? You're wasting money that's being sent there, and who knows where it's going.
So, the American Rescue Act, the purpose of the funds was to help local governments, in this case, on COVID aid to help navigate the pandemic. And so when you have $4 million of money, federal money, that was earmarked for that purpose, going for, arguably a different purpose to help families that are in the country on an illegal basis, I think this is a matter for public scrutiny.
Yeah, and you continue doing that with OpenTheBooks.com. Adam Andrzejewski, thank you again for bringing this to light.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, 8:18 now is the time on this Friday morning. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast. Justin, I was out golfing yesterday. Now, I was in a costume, but I was out golfing at Hunt Valley Golf Club yesterday and talking about breeze up top. But when you went down, beautiful day. I should have been wearing some sunblock.
Well, and was it a one-club win, Tom, do you think? Or was it like two?
Up top, on the top, on 1 and 10, yeah.
1 and 10, definitely a one-club win.
Drop a club, but the rest, I don't think it mattered how many clubs.
That's good. And the good news today, Tom, if anybody is playing golf, I don't think you and I are, unfortunately, but we'll be out there soon, hopefully, maybe even tomorrow. We won't have to deal with as much wind, and anything you're going to be doing outside will be basically wind-free with plenty of sunshine. Look at this gorgeous shot from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We know you listen to us in the morning, but every now and then, love for you to just take a peek at what's going on out there, and you can see just how beautiful it is right now. Now, it's still cold. We're still hanging out in the 30s, so you'll still need to grab the jacket before you step out, but this could be an onion effect day where you peel back those layers as you get later into the afternoon. Mid-30s now at Brewers Hill. Great day for lunch outside, right about 60 into that noon hour, and numbers climbing into the mid-60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for your Friday afternoon, and should be a great day overall. Now, 67 is our average. We're going to be pretty darn close to that number. We hit 62 yesterday, so that was nice to see that gradual warm up, and we'll continue to see that trend going forward. Sun's only going to be up until 6:19. Those daylight hours are definitely shrinking, and a couple of weeks away, actually, from the time change. All right, here's our temperature tracker. Notice those numbers near average and actually sliding above average, not only tomorrow, but basically all the way into early next week. Got a nice stretch of temperatures to kind of wrap up the month of October. If you do want to get the car cleaned up Friday and Saturday, you're good to go. Sunday, I have a yellow light, only because we're tracking the potential for a few showers rolling in here. Notice on our future scan, not much to show you here for today or tomorrow for that matter with that ridge of high pressure, but replacing that will be an area of low pressure. This is called a coastal low coming in on Sunday afternoon. Now, most of the models bring in a lot of cloud cover. Some of the models earlier wanted to bring more of the rain. Now, that rain looks to hold off and stay east of the Baltimore region, so a couple of showers possible for that Ravens game, but overall, we're not looking at a lot of rain, just more cloud cover on Sunday. 10 days out until Halloween, 3 weeks away from Veterans Day, And a shout out to Carolyn B. That is Winston, the spokes dog, a Mason lobster roll dog for Halloween and our Halloween pet picks. Man, I love all these great pet picks that are coming in. We encourage you to send yours. Chime in. You can send your fall foliage picks, your spooky Halloween decorations, all of that. We'll be showing those all the way up until Halloween. 10 days from right now. All right, so here's your 7-day forecast. Yeah, Ravens game not looking too bad on Sunday. Mid-60s for our temps. Should be great for tailgating. Again, maybe just bring that rain jacket just in case. And then, as I mentioned, those 70s continue toward the middle of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. From a jail cell to the classroom. Just ahead, how Adnan Syed is using his experience to teach law students.
Crime continues to climb across the city. The number of crime fighters continues to fall. Coming up, a look at the concerning numbers and when relief could come. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.824 on this Friday. It's So Baltimore Six Flags Fright Fest. Back with more dates and enhanced family fun, too. Biggest and scariest Halloween event happening right now. And, of course, we had to send Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, who is live in Bowie this morning, telling us all about the Fright Fest. Last time you were dancing, there was time before that you were in the fog. What's going on now?
Twisted fairy tales. We're in the realm of twisted fairy tales, and you never know what can happen, Tom. It's crazy in here. You know. Oh my! This is what we're talking. Eric, it's a madhouse in here.
We got you, man.
This is.
It's just one of 5 great haunted house experiences you can have here at the region's best Fright Fest event. Not only that, 4 scare zones await those waiting to get scared by the best creatures lurking out from the dark at night. Six Flags is going all out in 2022. Out of our 5 haunted houses, 2 of them have brand new themes. A brand new 14-room indoor-outdoor experience opens this year with Shadow Hollow. That's just awaiting our guests to arrive. And the best way to get in on that action is to visit sixflags.com to get the best price on tickets this year.
I love it. There's something for everybody, and again, it gets bigger and better. Again, this is the twisted fairy tales, but again, something for the kids, something for everybody, and even something for people who want a nice, cool libation at the bar. We'll get into that.
Absolutely. Honkers is our brand new bar experience. You want to ask for the big honker. Can't tell you about it more, but you have to experience it for yourself. And for those looking to, charm their sweet tooth, check out our collaboration for our graveyard funnel cake in partnership with the Halloween Wars. It's a great funnel cake topped with ice cream and Oreos and vanilla ice cream and strawberry goose on top. It's something that is going to be exciting and enjoyed by everybody.
Eric, thanks so much. And guys, where else can you get the big honker?
Mark, I was going to ask, but you said it right there again. All right. Well, I guess we'll be checking back in with you there next time, so we'll see how big it really is. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/news. We just went on a ride right there. Thank you for joining us on that last experience. All right, well, happening now, guess what? It is your cue to call in and win the Seinfeld prize pack and be in the running to win 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live at Meyerhoff October 28th. Call the number right now on your screen, 410-481-4545. Caller 10, you win the prize pack, so good luck. And remember, then we put your name in this cup that we have, and you could always watch Seinfeld. It airs Fox 45 weekdays at 11:30 and midnight. And then your name, this will be the 5th name to go into the cup that we have here on the set, and then we'll pick that name later on this morning. We are waking up to another frosty morning. It's the end of October, so why not? Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what the weekend forecast, though, will look like.
We're just weeks away from the general election, and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why Baltimore police officers are now involved in the process. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good Friday to you. It's October 21st. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have some exciting news. Woo. A new name going in this cup right here. Now, it may not look like much. It's a Seinfeld cup, and there's 4 pieces of paper in there. There's another one going in. Tambra from Annapolis just called in. She won the prize pack. She could be up for the winning to see 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at Meyerhoff.
That's incredible. Tambra, lucky girl, and everyone in here, best of luck as well.
So she has 2 tickets. So Tambra, I would love to go with you. It'd be great, hang out.
But if you're not feeling Tom, you can take me.
Right. Justin's already seen Seinfeld how many times now, Justin?
At least 3 times.
Yeah. So
he's not even in this.
I'm not even in it. Yeah, but aren't we doing the big grand prize drawing? What time? Like
somewhere in the 9 o'clock hour.
Somewhere in the 9 o'clock hour. That's really
legal
soon.
won't let us say exact minutes.
Okay. All right. Very
Blame
excited.
the lawyers.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good for sure. I had a Seinfeld line and it just went out of my head. That's how accurate I am. Yeah,
black and white
there's
cookie?
nothing wrong with that. That's an easy one.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Let's take a look outside right now, guys. Good morning. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe it's the decongestant that I'm on. I'm trying to get through all this stuff. Our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam. We are seeing lots of the sun that is out there right now. Numbers that are mainly in the 30s. 37 in Essex, 34 in Cockeysville, 37 in Owings Mills. But you left out the best part. No, I mentioned the bisque. That's where it is. It came back. 40s here for the next couple of hours on your jogging cast if you're going to get that run in. How about 66 for our high today? 70 tomorrow. Then back to the mid-60s on Sunday. Even though we are tracking the potential for a couple of light showers possibly by Sunday afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that in your full forecast in just a few.
Turning now to a city in crisis. In less than 2 weeks, the murder rate has moved from slowing down to accelerating.
Yeah, October 10th, there were fewer murders than at the same point last year. Since then, though, 14 people have been killed in Baltimore City, surging the city well ahead of last year's record pace. There have been 274 murders so far this year.
Yeah, and back in August, the city police department rolled out a number of new initiatives to help retain and recruit officers. But so far, we've only lost officers since then.
Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio this morning with the concerning numbers. Shannon, what experts are really saying about them?
Yeah, so since August, Tom, the department's officer vacancies has worsened from 392 openings to 420. Now, of course, when these new incentives were rolled out in the summer, many were hopeful that the boost in pay would lead to a much-needed boost in staffing. You'll remember, among other incentives, officers were offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $60K starting salary, but the money has yet to make a difference. Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers says he isn't predicting a turnaround anytime soon.
Then you have to put people through the process, the vetting process, to get them into an academy class, to get them onto the street. So unfortunately, the fact that we're down police officers, the fact that some police officers are still retiring or still leaving the police department is going to be problematic, probably at least into the next year, to 2023, maybe into the fall of 2023.
Now, the number of applicants would suggest that more officers are on the way, but they need to get through training. And Taylor, that could take months.
And I'm just curious to know, Shannon, what are we hearing from people who are on the police force or on the ground there? What are they saying about this issue?
Well, we're hearing a couple of different things, Taylor. We're hearing from the City Police Union, which is claiming that the city and BPD have done very little when it comes to recruiting and nothing when it comes to attrition. But take a look at this response that City Police sent us, and they say that recruitment and retention are down throughout the entire country, and, quote, "We are focusing our efforts on recruiting the best quality persons who really want to join the department and have the right temperament." And then they go on to say, currently we have 175 candidates in the background investigation stage and 67 recruits in the police academy. So hopefully that will help. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, though, Baltimore City police officers have another item that's been put on their plate: Election Day.
Yeah, that's right. Olivia Dance joins us live from City Hall with the new plan to prevent any problems from happening on Election Day. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And yeah, during the primary election, flash drives containing votes were misplaced. So now for the general election, Baltimore police officers are stepping in to help. And those missing drives for the 12 precincts were eventually found, and the election results weren't impacted. But Armstead Jones, who's the director of the Board of Elections, blames a shortage of election judges. So now for the upcoming election, Baltimore police officers will be charged with, tasked with transporting those drives.
We found that going back to that may be the answer, so that we don't have the problem we had in the primary by having the judges do it and some of them forgetting them or closing them up in the scanner, those kind of issues, or putting them in the wrong place.
The city will pay the officers to transport the flash drives with voting results from each precinct to the city election offices. And Jones says the Board of Elections has used police officers in this role before. And as a reminder, Election Day is on November 8th, so it's right around the corner. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Plus, those important dates to have on your calendar. Go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you straight there, or head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Well, making your headlines, the University of Baltimore invited newly exonerated Adnan Syed to be a keynote speaker at the Innocence Project event. And during his talk, he broke down his entire murder case.
Yeah, this is believed to be Syed's first public appearance since he was released from prison. The city state's attorney's office cited a lack of evidence and newer high-tech testing as the reason they will not retry him in the 1999 murder of Heyman Lee. Syed spent the last 22 years in prison.
Now, the Ravens, they're taking on the Cleveland Browns this weekend. Just ahead, how you can show us your purple pride.
Plus, another cooler and frosty morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we'll start to see a warm-up as that sun comes up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. This weekend, the Ravens are playing the Browns, and we're hoping to win. And if the weather holds up, we are in for it. We're going to close in the fourth quarter. Meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us this morning to tell us if we'll have a good game day forecast and today.
Yeah, exactly. Leading up to the game, we're in great shape for today and tomorrow. By the time we hit game time on Sunday, we are tracking our next weather maker. It's going to send us some clouds and the potential for at least a couple of showers, but I don't think enough to get in the way of that game. I think mainly by the fourth quarter, that's when we'll see some very spotty showers develop. Temperature-wise, though, we are still in good shape, pretty comfy, with temperatures hanging out in the mid-60s come Sunday. Maybe you want to do some leaf peeping this weekend. We are starting to see some beautiful fall colors across the area here. This one actually comes from Melody. Such a beautiful fall image. You can always send us those pictures by heading to Fox foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. And we are looking at colors reaching their midpoint now across central parts of the state. If you want to see some of the more vibrant colors, you've got to travel a little further to the north and west out towards Carroll County. We are starting to see near peak fall colors there. If you want more on this, you can always head over to our website too, foxbaltimore.com/weather. Taylor?
And we want to see how you're showing your purple pride on this Purple Friday. Scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla. All right, breaking into a new career field and getting paid to do it sounds like a sweet gig. Just ahead, we'll tell you about the program that'll guide you into a new career in the Baltimore art space. But it's time to speak now or evermore hold your peace. Just ahead, the reaction to Taylor Swift's new album. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Baltimore's Community Museum, the Peel, is looking to increase equity and inclusion in the creative space. The museum is now recruiting for its second cohort of accomplished arts apprentices. Chief Curator at the Peel, Jeffrey Kent, joining us to share more about this program. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now,
thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I want to learn why you created this apprenticeship program in the first place. It's the second time we're doing this. So how has it been helpful?
So the first question is why this was created is because I am from a marginalized community. We focus on helping young people like me that are growing up in these rough neighborhoods with no access to anything. And what we're trying to do is give them a career path that doesn't require a higher education, but can give you a good paying and living wage. This is why we created this program.
So obviously an important.
How it's helping, the first cohort that we had, two of the four started their own company called AP Art Squad. APArtSquad.com. They created their own company doing art installation, art handling, and they also can build art crates, pedestals, and they also can build furniture, IKEA furniture.
Wow. I mean, so it's incredible things happening after this program. So for folks who are interested in it, who want that outlet, what are the qualifications to try to get involved in this apprenticeship?
Well, the qualification to be involved in the apprenticeship to be a cohort is basically being from marginalized Baltimore. That's the qualification. We help get vaccinations information. We help with financial literacy. We get them bank accounts so they don't have to go to cash checking spots anymore. They get direct deposits. They get paid for the training. It's a 32-week program. And we're having a recruitment fair this Saturday, October the 22nd, from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. at the Peel, located at 225 Holiday Street.
Absolutely. That information there on your screen. Well, we want to know, over those 32 weeks, what are people going to be able to get their hands on and actually learn? Tell me about that.
Well, you learn how to work basic tools like hammers, screwdrivers, screw guns. You also learn power tools like saws, drills, impact hammers. They learn how to cut wood, how to measure, how to install artwork properly, how to light artwork. They learn how to package and handle artwork, how to carry it, which is, there's a specialty to handling artwork. People don't realize this is even a career path, but they're like major productions that go on in back of museums that have people like that with this job set that don't look like me.
And so this is a specialized skill that we're giving to people who want to get involved in their community, who want to learn more. And you guys are really hooking them up with bank accounts and the whole nine, really, to just get them started. So folks, how can they get more information about this if they want to come out on Saturday?
So again, just come down to the Peel at our Accomplished Art Apprenticeship Recruitment Fair. We're looking for prospective apprentices, instructors, supporters, sponsors. You're all invited to learn more about the program. It's this Saturday, October the 22nd, from 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. At the Peel. And you can check the website, I believe is thepeelcenter.org.
Absolutely. An opportunity for an outlet, and a creative outlet at that. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Kent, for joining us this morning.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Now let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at the forecast. The sun's come up behind you. It looks pretty.
Yeah, really nice shot, Taylor. And it's National Pumpkin Cheesecake Day. So if you want to do that with whatever you want to do it with, you can just enjoy some pumpkin cheesecake later this afternoon. We will see temperatures that will be warmer as we head toward the afternoon. Right now, our numbers are still in the mid-30s, so a bit on the colder side here in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time, and that's going to be the good news today, is a lot less wind, really stabilizing the atmosphere here with a large ridge of high pressure. You can see HD radars very quiet throughout most of the mid-Atlantic and the East Coast as well. Hank the Bird is excited about the Ravens game on Sunday. Yep, that's right, exactly. And a bird is the wordcast. Numbers in the 60s by noon, into the mid-60s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for today. And notice the average high of 67, so numbers are a little bit closer to that number for today. In fact, we got to 62 yesterday, which was nice, but we'll have a lot less wind and even warmer numbers for the afternoon, with low to mid-60s for Bel Air and Cockeysville over to Baltimore City, 63 Stevensville and Annapolis, 64 your high in Columbia today. And up and down the 95 corridor, Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., all in the mid-60s, even lower 60s down the ocean there in Ocean City. Pilots looking good today. We're talking about VFR all day, visual flight rules. Probably won't have to deal with any of that IFR or even MVFR until you get to Sunday, when some more cloud cover is going to be rolling in. And if you want to get some raking done, maybe cleaning up the yard, maybe some of that wind is blowing around the leaves from your neighbor's yard, and you're like, now I got to rake it up. Friday and Saturday, good days to get the raking and yard work done. Sunday, I have a yellow light, only because we have the potential for seeing a more cloud cover and potentially a couple of light showers. Now, our future scan, again, staying mainly dry today and tomorrow. Amy and I were talking about it backstage, and really those models keep bringing the moisture farther away from us, so we'll see an increase in cloud cover on Sunday, but notice how all the green blobs really stay out toward the eastern shore. So you may get a sprinkle or two at the Ravens game on Sunday, but overall we're not looking at a lot of rain. Definitely more cloud cover that we'll see see in the second half of the weekend. Just 10 days out until Halloween. I'm excited about Turkey Day. We're inside of 5 weeks from right now and 65 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree does her thing, which means I think 64 shopping days left. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 60s today, right about 70 tomorrow. Back to the mid-60s for the Ravens on Sunday, and then enjoy those lower 70s for the first part of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a great shot. We talked about this earlier, but Mike Adams sent this picture in of the Halloween tree, which I didn't know was a thing, but obviously taking those 2 holidays and putting a Halloween spin on it. Thanks for sending us that picture, and we'd love to see the view through your window. We talk about it and all those great Halloween pics and spooky animals and things. foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen. Meteorologist Amy Aronson in the 9 o'clock hour will take you through your weekend forecast.
All right, now for checking your traffic, courtesy of the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are hearing about a crash on the outer loop before Loch Raven Boulevard. We're seeing some of those slowdowns in that area. You can see that red and yellow. Just be mindful of this as you head out the road today. All right, in your entertainment news this morning, global pop sensation Taylor Swift officially drops her 10th album, Midnights. This is her first all-new album with all new songs in almost 2 years. It dropped at midnight, just like the name of the album. Clever. This album marks her return to pop after her alternative phase with Folklore and Evermore. In all, there are 13 songs on the album, Swift's lucky number, and at 3 a.m., she dropped 7 bonus tracks. She's definitely not oversleeping today.
No, and Swifties around the world, Taylor, are going completely nuts over this album, including myself, and they're taking to social media to express their love. So let's take a look at some of these posts. I like this one. This person saying, Taylor Swift making Midnight. I'm going to create an album that has no skips. That's the kind of album I like to listen to, and a lot of Taylor Swift's albums, I would say, are that way. Forget politics. I want to talk about Midnights by Taylor Swift. And then we have another one here. I love this. Happy Taylor Swift's Midnights Day to all who celebrate. So it's essentially a holiday now. Yes, absolutely. When the Lyft driver is playing Midnights by Taylor Swift, 5 stars. Yep, that is how you get to 5 stars from me as well. It will never end if I put it on repeat permanently. Taylor Swift. Oh my goodness. And Taylor, I know that you are also a fellow Swiftie like myself. What did you think about this album coming out?
I haven't gotten a chance to listen to it because we get in at what, like 3 a.m. and she's dropping 7 bonus tracks?
Hey, I mean, some of these fans are staying up all night, so what's your excuse?
You know what, you're right. You're right. Can I really be a Swiftie if I haven't listened to it?
I don't know.
We'll have to listen to it without the repeat, the skips or no, what did you say, no skips?
Yeah, no skips. It's an album with no skips.
Let's do that.
Definitely.
We've got time.
Yep.
All righty. Well, Taco Bell innovating the fast food experience just ahead, how you'll be able to grab a chalupa and charge your car at one easy stop. The Bria Pasta brand is finding itself in some hot water just ahead, why they're facing a lawsuit over their misleading Italian marketing. But for now, it's time for a coffee break. It's Friday, and we're trying to make sure we win the game this weekend and have a cup of joe. Topping your morning business report, TikTok says it's raising age limits for hosting live streaming from 16 years old to 18. The media app is also allowing users to post adult content via streaming. Currently, users with at least 1,000 followers can host a TikTok live stream. 18 and older users can also earn gratuities for content. A judge rules a class action lawsuit against a pasta company, Barilla, can move forward. The suit accuses the company of deceptive advertising about its pasta origins. The issue is the brand's slogan, Italy's #1 brand of pasta. The lawsuit claims the slogan makes customers believe it's actually made in Italy, but the pasta is made in Iowa and in New York using the same type of machines used at its plants in Parma, Italy, where the company was founded in 1877. Taco Bell is adding to its menu, but not food here. The fast food joint is adding electric charging stations to its parking lots in more than 100 locations across California. The stations are solar powered and can give 100 miles of range in about 20 minutes for $20. Okay, we all knew this was coming, and now it's here. We're learning how much Netflix will charge to share accounts. The company is reportedly weighing a $3 to $4 monthly share fee. Netflix has proposed cracking down on the use of shared passwords, saying it cost the company about $6 billion in lost revenue last year, when others, users aren't paying for their share. Pumpkin spice lovers, you might be enjoying it this season, but fans of all things pumpkin will prepare to pay a little bit more at the register. A report by the finance website Magnify Money found that pumpkin spice items are 14% more expensive than other non-flavored varieties. The data shows retailers typically charge an informal pumpkin spice tax to several fall-flavored groceries and food items. Keeping your floors clean can feel like an endless battle, especially if you've got kids or dogs. Genevieve Gorder is here with a handy solution to keep your home tidy at a really low price. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Who's with me? When a floor looks dirty, the whole house feels dirty, right? So let's be honest, vacuuming isn't fun. And apparently most of us don't like vacuuming, because I have a very disturbing fact to share with all of you. Are you ready? A carpet is up to 4 times dirtier than your toilet bowl. I'm not kidding, and I'm sorry about it. So the solution, what is it? This will be familiar to a lot of you. This is the HUV robot vacuum. Now, if you have pets, kids, allergies, or just a life, robot vacuums are a godsend and so easy to set up. All you have to do is download the HUV app on your phone, and this little guy right here does all of the work for you. Under the sofa, under the bed, the kitchen, after every meal. Yes, the app is super easy to use, and it can even connect to your Google Home or Amazon Alexa. HUV cleans and disinfects, clearing your space of dust and all other irritants. What I think is really special is that it even has an air purifier and kills bacteria while vacuuming. That is very extra. And you don't need to be home to use HUV. You can use the app, schedule a cleaning while you're out. You have guests coming over and want that special touch. You can add your favorite essential oil built right into the aroma diffuser to make your space smell as good as it looks. Today we are offering a big percent, 30% off. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Here, it's the moment we've all been counting down to all week long here on Fox 45 News. One lucky viewer is just moments from winning 2 pairs of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. We're going to choose one winner out of the 5 winners in this week's prize pack. Stick with us. That draw is happening live this hour.
The names are right in here.
Oh,
this is the
yeah.
cup. So this is it. You can see the piece of paper in there, the Seinfeld cup. It's glass. I'm shocked that I haven't dropped it yet either, because we've been playing with it all morning.
You know, you shaking it up there, that's really heating up this race for us.
I know. 5 names in there. One of them gets to go see Jerry Seinfeld in person. It's incredible. All right, well, thank you. At 9 o'clock on this Friday, October 21st, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. And what is heating up is hopefully that forecast that's later today. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our day.
Yeah, it's 9 a.m., so frost advisories, we're saying goodbye to them. You can see them kind of slowly disappearing on the map behind me there. We're saying goodbye to that, and that means temperatures are starting to improve. We've got some sun. Upper 30s, low 40s right now. I would still bring the jacket as you step out the door, but today is going to be a day where you probably won't need it by the time you head home from work or school. We have sunshine that sticks around through the afternoon, and with the help of that sun, temperatures climb to near normal levels. That means we end the day in the mid to upper 60s. And the start of the weekend's actually even milder. But I am also tracking a weather maker, and I've got an updated look at exactly when that arrives and what that means for your weekend plans. That's all coming up in about 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. And we want to tell you about that traffic alert we've been bringing you all morning long. Some breaking news earlier this morning. You're taking a look at some of the video from the MARC train that travels from Baltimore to D.C., and you may need to find another way still this morning. The MARC Canada line to Washington has been canceled because of a crash that had apparently hit a vehicle on the tracks right there. We understand a CSX train hit the car at Dorsey train station. All the MARC trains leaving now still through 10 o'clock. So still the next hour this morning have been canceled. We'll let you know as soon as we get the next update. Also continuing our coverage this morning, more questions than answers after a city council investigative hearing into the Safe Streets program.
That's right. We've been digging into this program for months now, asking for more transparency from city leaders.
Well, last night, City Council had the chance to bring more transparency to Safe Streets, but chose not to.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. She has more on the possible missed opportunity from your elected leaders. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, after yesterday's meeting here at City Hall, there are absolutely still unanswered questions, but the council promised to hold another hearing. Now, you may remember last month, Mayor Scott announced that he is restructuring Safe Streets. The program was originally operated by 7 different nonprofits, but with the changes, the responsibility will now fall on just 2 groups, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities.
What an absolute shame not to take advantage of this opportunity to find out where the dollars are being spent, but also to find out how this program can actually help people.
When the news of the restructuring first broke, City Council President Nick Mosby said he was never briefed on the plans. And at the hearing, other City Council members made it clear they felt left in the dark, too. Take a listen.
The council didn't find out until it was released to the public in end of September. Why is that?
These were the beginning discussions of what was going to be an evolving ecosystem. There were not defined transition partners.
Was not communicated to the council until we saw a press release comes out. That's the problem. Nothing else is relevant here.
Restructuring is underway, but questions still remain about the 2 new contracts and also if Safe Streets is actually effective. We'll keep pressing for those answers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has been pressing Monsi for transparency about the Safe Streets program for months now. Our questions have gone ignored. Fox 45's Maxine Stryker brought those concerns right to Director Shantae Jackson.
I believe that Monsi is as transparent with its partners as we are with the community. Quite frankly, I pride myself on my transparency and on my honesty with Baltimore.
We have sent you a lot of requests to sit down for an interview and a lot of questions over the past year. I mean, and we've either not gotten a response or you haven't wanted to do so. So what is your response to that when it comes to touting transparency?
I think that the first thing that I would say is that accurate reporting is something that's very important to me and something that I believe that Baltimore City deserves. And so when we are ready to have conversations that are rooted in accuracy and honesty and appropriate levels of information, then I'll be ready to sit down.
Fox 45 News has sent dozens of questions to the mayor's office, city council, and Monsi about the Safe Streets program as part of our own investigation. These include who are the current employees, what does their training look like, and what, if any, measurable guidelines are in place for the organizations running these locations. We also asked, how does the public know these organizations are keeping tabs on the Safe Streets operation? Those questions still going unanswered.
Well, Director Shantae Jackson also claims that the state legislature allocates $3.6 million for her Safe Streets program each year. The state only, though, provided the program $3 million this year. And she says the state shorted them $600,000. And she's working with lawmakers to get that money. So Fox 45 News did some reporting. We reached out to the governor's office for comment to get the actual figures, who said that the state denied the $600,000 because the application included expenses that are not in the statute. Statement goes on to write that Monsi has made no attempt to reach out to the Office of Crime Prevention, Youth and Victim Services to fix this situation. You can find that full statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think taxpayer dollars should be spent on safe streets to fight crime? So far, of those who've weighed in, 99% say no. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote so you can cast your vote.
Some big questions this morning about exonerations coming from the city state's attorney's office.
That's right. It comes just over a week after City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby dropped all the charges against Anad Syed, who was convicted of killing Cayman Lee back in 2000. Earlier this week, a federal judge found a man who was exonerated in 2018 used fabricated evidence to win his freedom. Now, the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking for an investigation into misconduct from the state's attorney's office. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with those concerns that some criminals could be walking free now. Shannon.
Yeah, that's certainly the concern, Taylor. And those new calls for an investigation are aimed at ensuring that those who are declared innocent are actually innocent. In fact, a video right here produced by the state's attorney's office features many of the 13 men who prosecutors have exonerated in the past 7 years, but not everyone is convinced.
My name is Lamar Johnson. I spent 14 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit. Spent 20 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
My name is Jerome Johnson. I did 30 years in prison for a crime I didn't commit.
That last man you just saw there, Jerome Johnson, sparking calls for this investigation after a federal judge questioned the evidence that he filed in a civil suit. The judge ruled at least 2 affidavits in Johnson's case were fabricated. One of them was used to gain his freedom. Now, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute is asking the state prosecutor's office to investigate the state's attorney's conviction integrity unit for possible instances of misconduct, incompetence, and mismanagement.
Marilyn Mosby's office is motivated to exonerate people, not to keep them in prison. And in these cases, at least 2 of them were guilty of sin. And the fact that they got out suggests there's something amiss in the state's attorney's office.
Now, we did reach out to the state's attorney's office for comment on all of these concerns. So far, they have not responded. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. This is far from the first concern raised about the city state's attorney's office. There have also been concerns about light sentences. In July, the Maryland Public Policy Institute releasing a report that shows most homicide suspects in Baltimore City should already have been behind bars. Of the 110 homicide suspects they looked at, they found nearly 80% of them had been convicted of crimes that should have kept them in prison beyond the date they were freed. Well, back in June, a judge releasing an opinion slamming Mosby's office, saying that staffing problems there led to egregious failures in a case against 26 correctional officers. Fox 45 News found the office is dozens of prosecutors short. City's likely next state's attorney, Ivan Bates, says the rebuilding of the state's attorney's office is his top priority. 9:09, and it's so Baltimore. Gather your family and head down to Six Flags if you're brave enough, though.
Oh, that's right. Fright Fest returns for its biggest and scariest Halloween event ever. Be More Lifestyle host is live in Be More with more. Good morning, Clark.
Good morning, guys. But remember, it's boo by day and fright by night, right, Eric?
Absolutely. I got to tell you, we've seen a lot of scary things this morning, but nothing really warms the heart like a family-friendly event, and that's exactly what Boo Fest here is at Six Flags America. As you see, we got our great dancers behind us here. They're just part of the entertainment we have. We've got 3 live family-friendly shows, and I got to tell you, between pumpkin painting, hay rides, arts and crafts, the family-friendly attractions, the family-friendly eats here, there's so much for the family to do as they come out to Six Flags America and celebrate Boo by Day before we get into the Fright by Night.
That's right, Boo by Day, Fright by Night. Eric just came up, you seen the turkey legs? Eric came up with spider legs.
Yikes. Okay, not taking it to market yet. Maybe 2023.
Look for spider legs next year. But again, something for everybody out here, guys. We had a great morning.
Get the stuff way before
I'm a monster. I'm a monster.
I gotta say.
We'd love to see you guys hitting that dance back there.
I'm just so excited. I gotta tell you, just for those of you, get your tickets online, sixflags.com/America. Best price to not only have a great day of fun, but include the haunted attractions we saw today as well.
Well done, Eric. Well done, Eric. He got it in, guys.
All right, got it all in. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate it. Look at the Tasmanian devil back there.
I know.
Moving with him. Take care. If you'd like some more information, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Hey, guess what? Keep it coming, because we want to see your decorations and costumes for Halloween as we're counting down to the holiday. You can also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage that's out there. And as you see on that shot right there to your right, even fires. Send us any of your photos or videos, and you may see them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
An MTA driver shot and killed in South Baltimore. The possible motive investigators are revealing this morning.
Another legal setback for those fighting against President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins will be joining us live after the break with the full details. 9/11's the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Yet another legal battle for those fighting against President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live this morning from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, this recent setback involves the Supreme Court now.
Yes, Tom. So yesterday, the Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett rejected an appeal from a Wisconsin taxpayer group that wanted the president's program blocked or halted until a lower court appeal is heard. Now, Justice Barrett oversees emergency appeals from Wisconsin and neighboring states. So she did act on her own in this rejection. She also didn't give a comment as to why she made the decision. This case from the Wisconsin group has also lost rounds in lower federal courts. They're arguing the Biden administration overstepped executive powers, saying there's no legal justification for the spending and that the Constitution gives spending power to Congress, not the president. But a U.S. district judge already dismissed this lawsuit, saying they don't have a legal right to bring the case, and a panel of appellate judges also refusing to step in to put in an emergency order. So Justice Barrett's decision really in line with those courts as well. And all of this comes as the application to obtain forgiveness for federal student loans officially launched this week.
Well, student loan forgiveness will help millions of Americans, but a significant number of adults report they feel President Biden is not paying enough attention to the issues that are affecting them most. What are you hearing about that this morning, Kayla?
So, Taylor, 63% of U.S. adults say they wish the president would pay more attention to key issues impacting American families. This includes inflation, elections, voting, crime, and immigration. These findings are from a new Monmouth University poll. And according to the poll, inflation is America's highest priority. This poll comes as the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits continues to fall, remaining at historic lows as the economy slows down. Recent data showing the job market may be cooling slightly, but it is still the healthiest part of this economy. And Fed officials warn unemployment will have to rise to combat inflation, so the healthy jobs numbers that we're seeing right now might also mean another rate hike from the Fed come November. Tom, Taylor.
All right, thank you, Kayla Gaskins. We appreciate the update here. All right, let's take a look at the number of the day. Now, this one takes a look at the cost of living where you are. 3 out of 4 voters say grocery prices have gone up in their area over the last month. A Scott Ramsden national survey finds 60% expect those prices to rise even further during the next month. And the survey also shows more than half of voters say gas prices have gone up in their area in the last month. We've seen that everywhere, of course. And a majority expect more increases to come.
I was out playing golf yesterday for My Neighbors Foundation.
Yeah.
It's a charity organization over at Hunt Valley. And by the end of the day, in the beginning, we were layered up. By the end of the day, sunblock. I was feeling a little bit of sunburn.
And were you mad about that, though?
No, it was great. I mean, I was batting out a lot of my shots, but it was great weather out on the course.
Well, other than your shots, it seemed like there was some good weather. I'm hoping we're seeing more of that.
Yes.
Meteorologist Amy Arison, let's bring you in. So I like the colors on the back of your screen.
Yeah, and Tom mentioned he also saw some really pretty fall colors while he was out on the golf course yesterday. And it's now showing Carroll County, the Frederick area, actually near peak. So a beautiful fall weekend there. Around the Baltimore area, we're reaching the midpoint right now. Still patchy colors across the bay towards the eastern shore. But within the next couple of weeks, we should all be nearing peak. We're also seeing blue skies and sunshine. Looking down at Tallahassee, you can see the rays of sun shining down there, helping bring our numbers up. Still holding on to some chilly 30s, but we are already up to 50 in Annapolis, and then 40s popping up at BWI and in Westminster. And temperatures will be warming today. Winds are calming. A really nice Friday ahead of us before our next weather maker gets here. Lots of sunshine. Right now, we're not really tracking anything on the weather map, and it should stay that way, at least for the next 2 days. Not much happening. We stay crystal clear tonight, crystal clear and chilly through Saturday morning, but Saturday is going to be even milder as this area of high pressure heads towards us. But then our attention turns to what's happening offshore. That's our next disturbance. That's going to throw some clouds back our way as we get into Sunday and eventually send us that shower chance. I think it's very, very slim. Looks like most of the rain with that will stay off to our north and east. Sends us a couple of sprinkles right around kickoff for the Ravens game. But even as that game wraps up, I think that's all we're really tracking, just looking at more clouds than sun. If your weekend plans take you out to the pumpkin patch, you're in great shape today or tomorrow. Sunday, I'd say earlier over later because we've got that sprinkle chance, but I think all 3 days, not bad at all. And for the Ravens game, it's going to be mostly cloudy. I did throw in that rain chance to be cautious, but I don't think we're tracking a lot of rain. I don't even think you need a rain jacket or a poncho. And temperature-wise, we're very comfortable. Going to feel like fall. Perfect fall temperatures for that, with temperatures in the mid-60s throughout the game. And a quick look ahead shows after the weekend, temperatures are actually warming. We've got a really mild stretch ahead of us next week with 3 days in a row with temperatures well into the 70s. Actually, 4 days takes us all the way through next Thursday. And that's also when we're tracking our next weather maker and our next opportunity for a couple of showers. Tom, Taylor?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. And looking at your drive times, 9:20 in the morning, everyone's in the green around the Baltimore region. Well, still to come this morning, we're giving away free tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld. Newman. Yeah, well, that's from the Seinfeld show, but his stand-up is coming here to Baltimore. Stay tuned for our live drawing. Misplaced flash drives during the primary election in Baltimore triggering a council hearing. How election officials are hoping to secure the upcoming general election so those missing drives don't happen again. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I've won twice, I've lost twice, and I've tied twice this season. I'm trying to get back in the win column, so I have to take no mercy this week. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. I'm sorry I have to be tough on you this week.
Well, you know what? I think we're going to have to be tough on each other.
All right, well, let's get into it and see what happens. Cleveland Browns at Baltimore Ravens. What do you say?
Well, you know, Ravens, top of the division, always going to rep for our team. I think we've learned a little bit, and we're ready to take out our frustrations on those Browns.
I'm crossing my fingers that we've learned whatever has been holding us back in that fourth quarter, because we should be 6-0 right about now, but I'll still take being at the top of the division, so I'm going with the Ravens also. All right, Atlanta Falcons at Cincinnati Bengals. What do you think about this one?
Well, definitely I would go with the Falcons. I think that they are ready, they're hungry, and it's always good to give the Bengals an L.
It is, but I can make a case for the Bengals. I mean, Atlanta, the Falcons they're kind of unpredictable. I mean, they've been exciting to watch this season. They just, I think they could win this game, but then you've got the Bengals, and they're at home. They've got Joe Burrow. And when they're clicking on all cylinders, I think they're just going to be hard to beat at home. So I'm going to go with the Bengals on this one. All right. Up next, we've got the Sunday night game. That's the Steelers at Miami Dolphins.
Well, I tell you what, I think the Steelers are ready to continue getting whooped. I have the Dolphins. I think the Dolphins have seen that whooping that everybody else has been delivering, and they are in line and ready to give another one.
Oh, all right. So I could go with that too, but I think the Dolphins are still trying to figure out their quarterback situation. I feel like they're off kilter now because everything going on with Tua. And, some people saying he should never play for the rest of the season. Some people saying he should be out there next week. I think I'm going to go with the Steelers because they've been doing so badly. I know. I know.
Hush your mouth, Patrice.
I know. So let me say it fast and move on. Steelers, move on. Next game. Prompter. Roll up. Quick. All right, Kansas City Chiefs at San Francisco 49ers. This is going to be a good game. We've moved on now. Good game. What do you think?
I think the Chiefs, they're at the top of their division. I think they're playing good football this season, and I think they're going to take this game.
I think so, too. I think they're both very good teams, and you could probably go either way. But when it comes down to that, I think you go with the better quarterback, and you just got to go with Mahomes on that one. So I'm going to go with the Chiefs as well. Final game, New York Jets at Denver Broncos. This one could be I could make a case for either of these two.
Yeah, that one's kind of tough. I think I'd go with the Broncos.
Okay.
This time around, I think that they're ready. They're playing some pretty good football, and I think that the Jets are still working on a few things.
All right. Just to make this interesting, I'm going to go with the Jets. So I think Russell Wilson's still finding his footing there, and the Jets have won 3 on the road, and they're going on the road for this one. So I'm going to go with the Jets. So we'll see where I end up at the end of this one. Will I be back in the win column, the lose column, tie column? I'm going for the win. All right, County Executive.
As am I.
We'll see.
Good to see you.
All right, well, make sure you share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
Despite new incentives to hire police officers in Baltimore, it appears these efforts are not reaching fruition. Just how many officers have left the force in recent weeks?
Misplaced flash drives during the primary election here in Baltimore, triggering a council hearing. How election officials are hoping to secure the upcoming general elections. 9:27, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Are you feeling lucky? Because it's almost that time, the moment we've all been counting down to all week. One lucky winner is just moments from winning 2 pairs of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. We're going to choose one winner out of the 5 winners for this week's prize pack. Stick with us for the drawing. It's going to happen live this hour, and it's very sophisticated, folks. We've got our cup ready and set up here. It's happening. It's going down in like the next, 30 minutes, 5 minutes?
Well, better be in the next 30 minutes, right?
Or they did not find out.
Yeah, so we've got about 15 more minutes until we do this, and we've got 5 names in there. So one name gets to go see. There's 2 tickets to see Seinfeld live. Yeah,
absolutely.
Great.
And my name is Taylor Stewart.
My name's Tom Rogers. Yeah. And we need to find out the meteorologist's name.
Yeah, let's check in with her.
Amy Aronson here. What are we doing with the glass when we're done with it? I like that.
That's the
some
question.
swag, right?
Yeah, I'll take that stuff home. We are looking at a beautiful Friday out there. A little chilly to start, but I promise we're already seeing an improvement. We're already making our way back into the 40s. Low and mid 40s right now in all spots around the area. And it's only going to get warmer as the day continues. Sunshine is here to stay. Not quite as breezy today as it has been the past couple of days. And that means we see our high temperatures warm to near normal levels. Brings us into the mid and upper 60s this afternoon. Now, this warming trend will continue as we head into the weekend, but rain chances also on the rise. I'll explain when we are tracking some weekend showers and what it means for your outdoor weekend plans in 10 minutes. Taylor?
All right, you've got a traffic alert for you this morning. If you typically take the MARC train from Baltimore to D.C., you'll need to find another way. The MARC Camden line to Washington, D.C. canceled because of what you're seeing on your screen there, a crash. Earlier this morning, CSX train has hit a car in Dorsey at the Dorsey train station, and since then, all trains through 11:45 this morning have been canceled. We'll let you know as soon as we know what's happening there and when you can get back on the MARC train. Shifting gears now to a city in crisis. Less in the last 2 weeks, the city's murder rate moved from slowing down to accelerating.
Yeah, just October 10th, there were fewer murders than at the same point last year. Since then, though, 14 people have been murdered, surging the city well ahead of last year's already historic pace. There have been 274 murders in Baltimore this year.
Now, back in August, the city police department rolled out a number of new initiatives to help retain and recruit new officers. But so far, more officers have left the force.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio this morning with the concerning numbers and what experts are saying about them. Shannon.
Yeah, so since August, Tom, the department's officer vacancies has worsened from 392 openings to 420. Now, of course, when these new incentives were rolled out in the summer, many were hopeful that the boost in pay would lead to a much-needed boost in staffing. You'll remember, among other incentives, officers were offered a $5,000 sign-on bonus and a $60K starting salary. But that money has yet to make a difference. Former FBI agent Tyrone Powers is not surprised by this. He says he isn't predicting a turnaround anytime soon.
Then you have to put people through the process, the vetting process, to get them into an academy class, to get them onto the street. So unfortunately, the fact that we're down police officers, the fact that some police officers are still retiring or still leaving the police department is going to be problematic, probably at least into the next year, to 2023, maybe into the fall of 2023.
Yeah, so the number of applications, though, would suggest that more officers are on the way. They just need to get through training, which Tom and Taylor could take months.
Shannon, are we hearing from anyone in the police department about this issue? What are they saying about this?
We are. So the City Police Union is claiming that the city and BPD have done very little when it comes to recruiting and nothing when it comes to attrition. But take a look at this response that we received from the city. And they say that recruitment and retention are down throughout the entire country. And, quote, we are focusing our efforts on recruiting the best quality persons who really want to join the department and have the right temperament. And they go on to say, currently we have 175 candidates in the background investigation stage and 67 recruits in the police academy. So hopefully that will help things soon. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. And now Baltimore City police officers have another item on their plate. That's Election Day.
That's right. Olivia Dan's joining us live from City Hall with that new plan to prevent any errors from happening on Election Day. Good morning, Olivia.
Well, good morning. And yeah, during the primary election, flash drives containing votes were misplaced. So now for the general election, Baltimore police officers are stepping in to help. And the missing drives for those 12 precincts were eventually found and the election results weren't impacted. But Armstead Jones, who's the director of the Board of Elections, blames a shortage of election judges. So now for the upcoming election, Baltimore police officers will be in charge of transporting those drives.
We found that going back to that may be the answer so that we don't have the problem we had in the primary by having the judges do it and some of them forgetting them or closing them up in the scanner, those kind of issues, or putting them in the wrong place.
The city will pay the officers to transport the flash drives with voting results from each precinct to the city election offices. And Jones says the Board of Elections has used police officers in this role before. And just as a reminder, Election Day is on November 8th, so it is right around the corner. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
And be sure to check out our Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Plus important dates to have on your calendar. Just scan the QR code on your screen and it'll take you straight there. Or you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
Well, making your headlines this morning, the MTA driver killed in the Southwest Baltimore shooting has been identified as a 40-year-old mother, Elaine Jackson.
That's right. She was shot Tuesday evening at a bus depot. MTA says the area is not where passengers typically come and go from. Rather, it's where buses are stored and workers report for their weekly routes. The entrance gate is also closed, but homicide detectives say her death is part of a domestic dispute. So far, police have not named a suspect. The mayor sharing his condolences.
It is an unspeakable tragedy, and BPD is currently working out leads.
A statement from MTA describes Jackson as a warm and caring individual. They thank Jackson for her commitment to the organization and offered their condolences to her family. A wanted drug kingpin leads police on a high-speed chase through Baltimore County. Why police had to call off that chase and where the investigation now stands. But first, you're getting ready to meet our pet of the week. This fella is looking for a forever home, and you could be the one. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, 9:40, and my goodness, yeah, we say pet of the week. This is one you want to keep in mind right here. This is our pet of the week from Maryland SPCA. Brittany Roger here, obviously bringing in, this is Andor, and you were just telling me he's 1 year old, and I came walking over here, and the way he's behaving, I thought he was, 3, 4 years old at least.
Yeah, he's in that Goldilocks zone. He has a lot of puppy energy. We went for a run this morning and played fetch, but he's also super smart and loves to learn. He loves training, and most importantly, he loves people.
He does. Yeah, I came right over. Oh, wait, well, you have the treat.
I'm sorry, do you want the treat? There you go.
Here, Andor. Hey, can you come up? Up. Oh, you want to give Paul? Paul? All right, maybe not that, but you can still work with him right here. Andor's likes to be food-driven a little bit there, but he's just been so soft and nice with everybody. In fact, one of our directors had his daughter in. She came over, and he just sat right in front of her and just kind of sniffed her face a little bit. So great. Andor, you're saying 1 year old, and you're a little muddy because you went out for a run.
Yes,
right?
That's right. He does have a lot of energy. He is very bouncy in the morning, but he's also already house-trained. He knows sit. He loves training. He's good with kids, but probably won't be good with their toys. So,
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
He's very toy-driven. So that's a good pro tip.
I like the way that you, Brittany, the way that you describe him. You're like, he's like right off a Disney set. And I thought like
yes,
Benji,
he
right?
is. He really
Andor
is.
is like a Star Wars thing. He knows his name, definitely.
Yeah, and he responds to the kissy sound too. He knows. He knows what's going on. He's a smart cookie. He's affectionate. He's reasonable. He's lightweight, even though he's very bouncy. So I think he's going to be the perfect family pet for somebody.
All right. Brittany Roger and Andor here. Of course, you can go by the SPCA and pick him up.
Yes, we open at 1 o'clock. You can walk in, ask to meet Andor, and he'll be available.
Not very long, though. My goodness, yeah, this dog, right. All right, well, thank you so much, Brittany, and thank you, Andor. Now, are you feeling lucky, punk? No, it's not the way that's supposed to be said. One viewer is about to win 2 pairs of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live right here in Baltimore. And that's happening next week. Our giveaway, straight ahead. But first, a wanted drug kingpin leads police on a high-speed chase throughout Baltimore County. Why police had to call off that chase and where the investigation stands right now. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. And 9:45, and federal agents are joining the search for a fugitive wanted in a drug trafficking ring.
Yeah, they say that ring terrorized a Baltimore neighborhood for years. Alexa Ashwell with the trafficking terror in this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Vincent Davis is one of more than 24 defendants listed in a federal drug trafficking indictment. It's from 2020, and he's been on the run ever since. Penn North, a neighborhood here in West Baltimore that's known to be plagued by drugs.
Clean up this neighborhood. Get rid of the drugs.
In an attempt to do just that, back in 2020, federal and local authorities announced a takedown of a drug trafficking ring.
Ultimately, they recovered enough fentanyl to kill dozens of people.
29 alleged Penn North drug dealers accused of pumping fentanyl, crack, and powder cocaine using the name Dirty Sprite into the community. In the lineup, 42-year-old Vincent Davis.
He's accused of participating in a large-scale drug trafficking organization.
Al Maresca is a deputy marshal with the U.S. Marshal Service. He says Davis was taken into custody, but due to the pandemic, released and placed on home confinement.
Due to the COVID pandemic, he was released on electronic monitoring. That worked out for a little less than a month before he decided to remove his monitoring device.
Investigators say Davis took off his ankle monitor, and despite promises to family and friends to turn himself in, remains on the run. Now, the U.S. Marshal Service has joined in on the search.
Apparently, they got into a verbal altercation, and he decided to leave his residence. According to local family members, he said he was going to turn himself into the feds, but ultimately he decided he's decided against that.
Investigators believe Davis is likely receiving help from family and friends, as well as continuing his dealing ways as a means to survive.
He's going to continue to participate in this illegitimate underground economy.
The true victims, investigators say, the people who call this community home.
But I hope that one day that this area will be cleaned up.
As well as the ones touched by this poison being peddled throughout the city and beyond.
This fentanyl could reach a neighborhood near you.
Take a good look. Davis stands at about 5'6" and weighs approximately 135 pounds. Investigators do believe he's still in the Baltimore region, specifically possibly West Baltimore. If you have any information into his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact Maresca directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
To Alexa, the moment, though, is here. Seinfeld fans, come on. We're about to give away 2 pairs of tickets to one lucky viewer to go see Jerry Seinfeld live. Show's happening October 28th.
That's exciting stuff.
There's the official glass, right,
Yes.
that we have.
I love that glass.
I
right?
want to take it home.
Maybe that comes with the prize pack. Who knows?
Of course, you remember, Seinfeld airs weekdays right here, 11:30 and midnight. And this is something that we've been setting up here for the whole week, right? Every day somebody's called in, won the prize pack.
Yep.
Their name got thrown into this cup, and now we're about to draw.
This is the big reveal.
Who wants to pull it out?
I don't want to do it.
All right, folks, but just know, Amy's shaking it up, okay? So I'm
Team
picking
effort.
it.
Yeah, so whoever Taylor picked.
Is it just one?
Just one, yeah.
Ooh. I'm nervous.
Patricia Smith from Dundalk. Oh, wow. I got
she
so
ripped it.
excited I ripped it. Patricia, this is all you. This is all you. Congratulations.
Yay, that's so exciting.
Nice, all right, Patricia.
Patricia's going to have a fun night.
Oh, yeah, seriously.
Seinfeld,
You want to see Seinfeld in person? Justin was telling us earlier he saw Seinfeld 3 different times on stage. Yeah, so he's great. 3 different ways. You know, he was like, never the same set. So that's good. Yeah.
Does she just get one ticket?
No, she gets a pair of tickets.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, if you need someone to bring.
See
all
that?
of us are here.
I think we've solicited that, and so Patricia, you and I, we'll give you a call.
Why not?
I'll give you a call. We'll talk.
That sounds really fun. Well, if you are making your plans for this weekend, maybe you want to check out some of the fall colors. Good news, this just updated yesterday. This is our fall foliage report. And as you can see, we're seeing more and more orange across the area. And that means our fall colors are starting to show up on the trees. The yellows, the oranges, and the reds. We're about at the midpoint now. Things are starting to peak, though, out towards Carroll County. Maybe you want to do a hike out that way this weekend. It's going to be stunning. And right now, we're off to a beautiful start. We can see the rays of sunshine shining down on Towson. Baby blue skies overhead there. Not a cloud in the sky. And as a result, temperatures are warming. Still a couple of 30s lingering, but most are climbing into the 40s and low 50s. And it is going to be a milder day, not quite as breezy as it has been in recent days. Plus, we've got high pressure working its way in from the south. nothing but clear skies right now. It's going to stay that way. We're not really tracking anything on FutureScan, at least for the next 2 days. We stay nice and calm, nice and quiet as high pressure builds overhead. And tomorrow's actually even a little warmer. But then here comes our next weather maker. It's going to ride up the East Coast, throw some clouds back our direction. But what we're watching closely, this green stuff, that would be our rain chance. Latest update on our FutureScan now unfortunately shows some of that light rain backing up into the Baltimore area right around 1 o'clock on Sunday. That would be right in time for Ravens kickoff, and then some showers lingering through the end of the game. So we'll have to keep a watchful eye on the timeline of that. But leading up to it, we're dry for the next 2 days. So if you have to get your pumpkin still, you've got plenty of time, and it's going to feel better with each passing day. Mid-60s today, near 70 tomorrow. Sunday, I'd go earlier over later because we do have that rain chance by the afternoon and by the evening. And that's also the case for the Ravens game. It's going to be mostly cloudy, not a ton of sunshine, but it will be comfortable with temperatures in the mid-60s. And then we do have that shower chance. We could see showers throughout the game, but most likely by game's end. After that, it is warmer. The 70s are back for not 1, not 2, not 3 days, but actually 4 days in a row before our next weather maker gets here on Thursday. And that brings us another shot at some showers. But coming up in just a couple of minutes, I'll let you know exactly what to expect after that rain chance in our full 10-day forecast. Tom, Taylor?
All right, thank you, Amy.
All righty. All right, it's Purple Friday, folks, and we're taking you live to M&T Bank Stadium in downtown Baltimore, where in just a few hours, 48 hours, the Ravens will take on the Cleveland Browns on Sunday.
Yeah, it's going to be a special day because former players who led the team to their Super Bowl win in 2013 will be here in Baltimore. This will be part of their 10-year reunion. 10 years already. My goodness. A day after being limited with a hip injury, Lamar Jackson, number 8, listed as full participant, as is Ronnie Stanley. Now, look at the screen right here, though, because you've got Mark Andrews, J.K. Dobbins, Patrick Ricard. They did not practice a second straight day, all 3 with knee injuries. And then you see Marcus Peters, who is an issue with his quad, also on that list.
Now, we know your Purple Pride is going strong this morning, but check out Monica. She is really selling it here. Half of her face painted just like a Ravens. Win or lose, she's all in, guys. We want to make sure we see all of your pictures. Send us your Purple Pride this Friday. Go ahead, scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures or videos. It's powered by Stackbox.
Changes coming to Artscape next year after a scheduling problem. 2023 festival will be running from September 20th through the 24th next year. That's 1 week after Rosh Hashanah. Now, the two were originally scheduled to overlap, leading some backlash from the community. Next year's event will include a new exhibition pavilion featuring contemporary artists, including some from right here in Baltimore. It is warming up ahead of your weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson back with a detailed 10-day forecast. That's coming up next. 9:53 is your time. 9:55, you need to stop and take a look at this screen right now. Cuteness alert. Yeah, look at that. That is Hudson, our very own sports anchor. Morgan had said. Morgan and her husband Jeff, proud new parents. Meet sweet baby Hudson. Came into the world early Monday morning. We're hearing 7 pounds, 15 ounces. So, yeah, not bad. And, of course, then there's the dog.
And that's Big Brother Boozer.
Big Brother Boozer.
Probably going through an adjustment right now, but he looks like it looks like they're friends already.
Well, he's like, what is this thing?
Yeah. I'm kind of confused, but you guys will end up being best friends. That's how it happens, man.
Yeah.
So cute. Well, congrats, guys. And also, we are looking at a pretty weekend. Maybe they'll get out there for their first family walk. We've got mid-60s today, 70 tomorrow, some showers for the Ravens game on Sunday. And then next week, a long stretch of the 70s. This is what we want. We've been kind of skipping over fall this week. I feel like we had a brief taste of winter. Well, fall is back in full force as we head through next week. So that's something to look forward to.
Definitely looking forward to that. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, go Ravens. That's still not purple, though.
I know it's purple. Come on, guys. This is purple.